the music is streaming twice.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us today. In adherence to our privacy policies, we kindly ask that you turn off any AI note takers by 11:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If they are not shut off by that time, we will unfortunately require you to depart from today's summit. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. We are ecstatic to have you here today.
You have no sound, doctor.
Okay, is this working? Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
There we go. That's why we do mic checks, audience, so that they don't work when we go live. Let's try this again. Welcome, everyone. It is wonderful to be here with you today. This is the last installment of SheSummit for 2025, which is a scary thought. Today, we're going to be going beyond the mammogram. We are going to be exploring breast cancer. We're going to explore what can create an environment that enables breast cancer. We're going to be looking at those risk factors. We're going to be looking at different forms of screening. We are going to be talking about mammography because there are many sides to that conversation. We want to ensure that we're diving into the science that talks about it, the medicine that talks about it. We're also going to be talking through today if you get that diagnosis, what can be done about that? How can you go about supporting yourself? We have an incredible panel of experts here to have these conversations with you in a science-fueled way, in a loving way, and in a very human way. Because as I imagine everyone here knows, medicine and health and breast cancer should be about the individual, not the larger conversation. So we want to individualize this conversation for you today through our panel of experts. First, we are going to be exploring the younger face of breast cancer, and that will be done with Dr. Tracy Steady Hardcastle. After that, we're going to really dive into some movement, ensuring that we're engaged with our body, both in a way that prevents as well as a way of remerging with our body. Heaven forbid breast cancer take hold. We'll be doing that with Felicia Bruno. So if you are at home, make sure you're ready and able to do a little bit of a workout. We really encourage you to join in for that. After that, we're going to be talking about everything you've been told about breast cancer may be wrong. So we're going to dive into that with Dr. Jen Simmons. After that, we're going to do a cooking demo. Again, we really, really encourage you to get excited about this. This is going to be with our in-house clinician, Lynn Angel, and we'll make sure that this is available after the fact too, and you have access to recipes that she goes over. After that, we have an expert in breast health who's going to be looking at explant and breast illness. Sarah will be taking us through that. Last but not least, we are again speaking to the humanity of it all. Susan Bratton will be here, and she's going to be talking about sensuality and sexuality, especially in light of such a diagnosis. Now, audience, not only do we have our live presentations today, this is a very, very engaged summit today. Additional to the live presentations, especially if you're joining us through our DNA Co media page, and that's dnamediaco.com, there are going to be additional pre-recorded content that you can engage with, that you can watch. And I would highly encourage you to do that. It will be available during the summit and shortly after. Okay. We have Dr. Stephanie Nielsen in that platform talking about breast inflammation and what you can do about it. We have Dr. Lara Varden, who has two talks, the first of which she'll be talking about an integrative playbook for thriving through breast cancer. And in the second, she's going to be talking about eating smart and how genomics and your genetics can be informing the way you eat. We also have Dr. Leo Grady, who is going to be talking about breast cancer and the microbiome with some very interesting insights there, both before and after. We also have Sue Nordemo, who is sharing her very personal experience with breast cancer, her journey of healing, embracing positivity, and how that can shift your experience. Last, definitely not least, a crowd favorite, we have Dr. Betty Murray, who's going to be speaking about estrogen biotransformation and the genes that influence that. Audience, we're so very grateful to have you here today. And we want to be engaged with you. We want this to be a two-way conversation. So audience, please let me know in the chat if you're with us through Zoom. Let me know where you're calling in from. I always find it so interesting in these webinars that we're able to bring together so many different pockets of the world. So audience, through Zoom, please let me know where you're calling in from. And if you are not on Zoom, you may not be, because we are streaming through several different sites. So our principal site is going to be through Zoom. Additional to that, we are streaming through our DNA Co media page. Additional to that, we are live streaming on YouTube. Woo, look at all these pockets. Oh, I'm seeing pockets of Canada and pockets of the US. Is there anyone not here from the US? For those that are on DNA Co Media page or those that are on YouTube and you want to engage with us, Zoom is the only way that we're able to accept that chat communication. So what I would encourage you to do is go to, and we're going to put this in the chat so you don't have to type it out yourself, but go to DNA Co, Co as in CO, or sorry, DNA Media, MEDIA co.com. So that's dnamediaco.com/register. Okay. And through there, you will be able to join the Zoom so that you can engage with us. We want to hear from you through the chat. We want to know where you're from. We want to know how the content is engaging with you. This also gives you ability to speak with and ask questions of our speaker. We have the Q&A open, and as we are going through presentations, if you have a question of the person who is speaking, please, we encourage that. We have lots of time today for Q&A. Toss that into the Q&A box and we will address it there. Okay, just as a note, everything we talk about today is for educational purposes, and we will not be answering any personal questions to the end of offering medical advice. That's not the scope of today's webinar. But if you do need support, if you are looking for a clinical visit, don't hesitate to reach out to us. We can ensure you get aligned with a practitioner. Now, I also want to be going through some of the goodies that we have. You know, what is a summit? What is a webinar? Without giving a few things away. So today we are going to be giving away 6 different items. We're going to be giving away 3 DNA Breast 360 kits. These are tests that look at breast inflammation and things that can encourage and seed breast cancer. It's a screening tool. You're going to hear a lot about it today from many of the presenters, including Dr. Jen Simmons. We are giving away 3 of those kits, okay? You need to be in Zoom because we need to have access to your emails. Someone who's here also to receive or to win this, you do need to be living within Canada and the US. So just something to be mindful of, okay? We are also going to be giving away some skincare. The skincare is coming to us from C60. They're going to be giving away 3 different Purple Power kits. The Purple Power kits include a facial serum, an eye cream, as well as a healing body oil. C60, their product line focuses on carbon 60, which is what they would, I guess what they lovingly describe as a free radical sponge, right? It's an antioxidant that is much more potent than many other antioxidants, and their formulation, their technology has that surrounded by a carrier oil so that it's not going to be oxidized as it's sitting in the bottle waiting for you. If you are interested in this product, we really encourage you to go to shopc60.com and you can get 10% off through DNA Co using the code DNACO10. All right, guys, first mistake of the day. I recognize those who are on either YouTube or in our media page, you did not get the correct link to register. So I'm just going to reissue that. DNACO media.com/register. So I mixed up some of the words there. My apologies to those that got lost in internet jail. All right. Oh, Sheila, I am very excited for today as well. We have some really, really strong presenters, and I'm grateful that we get to have this conversation. As many women know, or people, I would speculate there's some men in the crowd as well, women, when they come to the doctor, aren't always received warmly. It's a history of medicine that we need to acknowledge. Sometimes their symptoms are told, don't worry about it, it's in your head. Or maybe they're told you're overthinking, shush, shush. You know, we haven't always been embraced, and yet our intuition, our perseverance, and our advocacy of ourself and our sisters, our mothers, our daughters, our friends, right? This is what has brought us to this point. It is that advocacy that has science blooming in the women's health space, as well as encouraging doctors and other healthcare providers to have more nuanced conversations, to dive more into the personalized side of this, as opposed to making you just one of a group, right? I would imagine there's some people in this conversation or in this webinar today who maybe have a family history of breast cancer. And so it's top of mind for them. It's something they're very concerned about. And yet when they go to their doctor's like, well, you're not yet 40, you're not yet 50, you're not yet whatever the guidelines are to start that screening process. So, take care of yourself, keep maybe doing your breast checks once a month, but come back later. Today, we're not going to be having that level of conversation. We are going to be diving so deeply personally into you. We are going to be hearing you. We are going to be understanding how your genes influence your risk, how your family history influences that risk, how your diet and your lifestyle influence that risk, as well as other elements of your life, right? How your laughter, how your sexuality, how these sorts of things influence your risk, as well as influence your ability to thrive after the fact, right? The beautiful about where medicine has gotten us today is that if we find that first seeding of breast cancer within that stage 1, cure rate, and I'm saying cure, that's an incredible thing to be saying with cancer, is almost 99%. That is where our science and technology has brought us. We don't want to get you to that point where you have to be one of those 99%, right? We want to talk about the screening in advance of that, but heaven forbid you are amongst that 99%. We want to make sure we have the conversation of how do you have a wonderful, thriving life after that fact. Our first speaker is going to be starting us off on that conversation. Her name is Dr. Tracy Steady Hardcastle, and she is the director of our clinic here at DNA Co, as well as she is a seasoned practitioner of acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine. She holds a master's and a doctorate of acupuncture and Chinese medicine from the Pacific College of Health and Science. Since 2007, she has specialized in women's hormonal health as well as pediatrics. She has additional certifications in mindfulness, metabolic health coaching, trauma-conscious life coaching, functional genetics, and she uses all of this to ensure that her approach to wellness is integrative and science-informed. Her diverse background includes community education and clinical leadership, blending ancient Chinese medicine with cutting-edge insights to enhance patient care. All right, audience, with no further delay, let us welcome to the stage Dr. Tracy Steady Hardcastle.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kosterman. I'm very happy to be here today. I'm here today to talk about the rising cases of breast cancer amongst younger women, which would be mostly under 40, but anyone under 50 is considered to be young. Vanny, if you could pull up my slides, if you haven't already, I don't think you have, that would be fabulous. Thank you very much. And you can go ahead and advance to the next one, please. So one of the reasons, actually one of the primary reasons that I became interested in this topic is actually that my sister-in-law was diagnosed with breast cancer when she was 31 years old, and my nephew was only 8 months old. And that led me on sort of a discovery journey of interviewing other women who are also young breast cancer survivors. And I'm going to be putting together a documentary next year around this topic, but raising awareness of this so that more lives can be saved is really, it's very near and dear to my heart. So I'm here to talk to all of you, not to scare anyone about the statistics that you're about to see, but because with knowledge comes empowerment. And that's something that we're really big on here at the DNA Company. So I'm going to have, go ahead and please advance to the next slide, Vanny. Thank you so much. So here are the scary statistics. The latest statistics show that breast cancer rates in young women are rising, with incidence increasing more rapidly in women under 50, especially under 40, than in older women. While breast cancer in young women remains less common compared to older groups, these rising trends are clinically significant and concerning. So 2/3 of all cancers identified both in the US and globally are diagnosed in women, which I did not know until I was preparing for this, according to a study at the Columbia School of Public Health. That's really sort of shocking. In 2024, it is estimated that 310,720 specifically new invasive breast cancer cases will be diagnosed in US women, with about 16% occurring under age 50. The incidence among women aged 25 to 39 increased by over 0.5% per year in 21 US states between 2001 and 2020. For women under 40, about 13,180 cases of invasive breast cancer are expected in 2024, or were expected in 2024. It is now 2025, representing roughly 4% of all diagnoses. And according to researchers, the increase in cases we are seeing cannot be explained by genetic factors alone, nor by changes in screening practices, given that women under 40 years old are below the recommended age for routine screening. So that means that this is happening for a multitude of reasons, and that we do actually need to pay attention and start researching this more. Next slide, please. Researchers compared the number of women diagnosed with breast cancer who were born in 1955 to those born in 1990, and found that those born in 1990 had a greater than 20% increased risk of developing breast cancer compared to those born in 1955. I can only imagine that some research is being done into why, including environmental changes, dietary changes, soil changes, things like that. But 20% is a very significant number. After 2016, for reasons researchers do not yet understand, the trend line made a steep uphill turn, suddenly increasing at 3.76% per year. By 2019, only 3 years later, the rate had reached 74 cases per 100,000 women. So that's, things seem to be escalating at a rate that is of concern. Next slide, please. Breast cancer incidence trends in US women under 40 also vary by geography, according to a relatively new study by researchers at Columbia University School of Public Health. And you can if you're interested, you can find those results published in the journal Cancer Causes and Control. So incidence of breast cancer in younger women was 32% higher in the 5 states with the highest rates compared to the 5 states with the lowest rates. The Western region had the highest rates of incidence from 2001 to 2020. The Northeast had the highest absolute rate among women under 40 and experienced a significant increase over time. The South was the only region where breast cancer under 40 did not increase from 2001 to 2020. And I've been trying to figure out why that would be. Was it higher pre-2001? I don't know the answer to that. And the other thing that I wondered about was, is it sunlight and vitamin D? It is not my understanding that the diet or environmental factors are necessarily better in the South than they are anywhere else. And the racial demographics of the various regions, which we will discuss a bit later, would not necessarily make this the predicted outcome. So that's one of the mysteries that researchers are trying to solve. What's going on in the South that the rest of us need to pay attention to? A specific example of a difference in incidence by state is that there were approximately 28.6 per 100,000 cases in younger women in Wyoming, compared to 41 per 100,000 in Connecticut. The 5 states with the highest early onset incidence from 2001 to 2020 were Maryland, New York, New Jersey, Hawaii, and Connecticut. Studies like these support incorporating location information with established risk factors into risk prediction, improving the ability to identify groups of younger women at higher risk so that they can be screened. We can't just ignore things like geography and only be looking at things like genetics. And next slide, please. As I mentioned before, while breast cancer incidence in younger women is still low, about 49 per 100,000 in 2019, It's a deeply concerning trend, especially since women under 40 are nearly 40% more likely to die from breast cancer than women over 40. Currently, breast cancer is the leading cause of cancer death in women aged 20 to 49 in the United States. In 2024, about 990 deaths were estimated among women under 40 from breast cancer. It takes a little while for statistics to catch up, which is why we don't still know what happened exactly in 2024, and that's only the estimated number. Next slide, please. In addition to geographic differences, there are also statistical racial differences. Hispanic women had the lowest early onset frequency rate in all regions, ranging from 26 per 100,000 in the Midwest to 32.6 per 100,000 in the Northeast. Non-Hispanic white women were the only group to experience a statistically significant increase in early onset breast cancer incidence across all 4 regions of the United States. But non-Hispanic Black women had the highest incidence of early onset breast cancer across all regions of the country, just overall. Non-Hispanic Black women under age 35 have rates of breast cancer 2 times higher than Caucasian women under age 35. Non-Hispanic Black women under 35 die from breast cancer 3 times as often as Caucasian women of the same age. Researchers believe that access to healthcare and the quality of healthcare available may explain at least part of these disparities. And this subgroup is also more likely to get more aggressive types of breast cancer than anyone else. Next slide, please. An additional aspect of the data worth looking at is the increase in breast cancer incidence driven largely by an increase in tumors that are estrogen receptor positive. And a Washington University study says that this is one of the main things fueling this. These tumors have proteins. What this means, what estrogen receptor positive means, is that they have proteins on their surfaces that bind to estrogen, which then fuels the tumor growth. In fact, the incidence of tumors without the estrogen receptor decreased over the 20 years. This is overall, not just in young women, of data analyzed in the study. And we have to be looking at some environmental things when it comes to this also, I would just say. Something to note from a different study is that the overexpression of estrogen is a fundamental cause of HER2 positive breast cancer progression. So even though it's not estrogen receptor positive necessarily, estrogen can also factor into a tumor getting bigger in a different type of cancer. Next slide, please. Well, about 6% of all women with breast cancer are carriers for the BRCA gene mutation. The number is closer to 12% in patients under 45 with breast cancer. So that's very statistically significant. Women of Ashkenazi Jewish descent are particularly vulnerable because BRCA mutations are more prevalent in this group. A younger woman's breast cancer risk is also higher if she has one or more family members who were diagnosed with breast cancer before the age of 50, had cancer in both breasts, if she had a male in her family with a diagnosis of breast cancer, if a family member had ovarian, pancreatic, or metastatic prostate cancer, or if a family member had triple-negative breast cancer. A younger woman's breast cancer risk is also higher if she had her first menstrual period before the age of 12 or had her first pregnancy over the age of 30 or has not had children. Both pregnancy before age 30 and breastfeeding have been found to protect against breast cancer. That said, 1 in 3,000 pregnancies is affected by breast cancer. Think about that for a minute. That's a lot. 30% of young women's breast cancer is diagnosed within a few years after childbirth. And pregnancy-associated breast cancer is often more aggressive than other types of breast cancer. And it is more complicated to treat the cancer during pregnancy or while the woman might be breastfeeding, which can put them in a difficult situation. So nothing is simple. I think that's one of the things about science and research and people, because people are complicated. So it's important when looking at things to kind of look at the whole picture, the pros and cons of things. Next slide, please. Breast cancers in women under 40 are more likely to have certain features that can contribute to poorer prognoses and outcomes, including larger tumor size and the fact that younger women diagnosed with breast cancer tend to present with later stage disease, which is generally more aggressive and harder to treat, leading to a higher mortality risk. Both tumor size and advanced stage can be linked directly to delayed detection. When they're discovered earlier, the prognosis is much, much better. Triple negative breast cancer, which is a particularly aggressive subtype without many targeted treatment options, though that's changing, is also more common in younger women for some reason. None of the women that I interviewed for the documentary had a triple negative diagnosis, so I actually know less about the experience of these women with this subtype. The demographics in terms of type followed the earlier slide statistics that most of them that I spoke with had estrogen receptor positive type, except for my sister-in-law, who is actually ER/PR negative, and so estrogen receptor and progesterone receptor negative and HER2 positive. I don't like to think that the reason none of my interviewees were triple negative is because it's less treatable, but that is a distinct possibility. The rates of metastatic breast cancer in women under 40 have also risen 3.5% each year between 2004 and 2017. So let's take a look at the next slide for a little bit of a visual representation. So here's a little graph for you. I wanted to put this up here just to drive home the point that the 3.5% per year starts to add up, because it's 3.5% on top of the increase from the previous years. Sometimes a graph can tell the story a little bit better than words. Metastatic cancer, for those who might not know, is a type of cancer that has spread from where it first began and to another part of the body. The cancer cells that move to the new place are still the same kind as the original cancer, even though they are in a different organ or tissue. For example, if breast cancer spreads to the lungs, the tumor in the lungs is made up of breast cancer cells, not lung cancer cells. So metastatic cancer is usually considered advanced and is sometimes called stage 4 cancer. Next slide, please. Research shows an increase in diagnosis of stage 1 and stage 4 tumors, and a decrease in diagnosis of stage 2 and 3 tumors in younger women. And this may be due to improvements in screening, increased awareness of family history, and genetic risk factors for breast cancer, leading to tumors being caught earlier. But it also suggests that when stage 1 tumors are missed in younger women, the tumors tend not to be found until they reach stage 4 because there's no consistent screening for younger women. So there may be later presenters who are going to talk about the pros and cons of screening, and there are real pros and cons of screening, 100%. It is a complicated topic, and there is no one truth or correct answer because people are individuals. So all testing should feel empowering, and the fear of overscreening is just as detrimental as the fear of underscreening. So the pros and cons, as well as the type of screening done, are decisions best made with a team of loved ones and professionals, and ultimately your own values and personal health history in mind. Next slide, please. I rarely ever do a presentation without mentioning genetics for obvious reasons, and this one is no exception. So high levels of CYP19A1 in breast cancer cells leads to more estrogen being made near the tumor, which helps certain tumors grow faster and is linked to worse chances of survival, especially for women who have gone through menopause and have estrogen receptor positive breast cancer. Changes in the gene during cancer, this is changes in the gene happening, not the genetics that you're born with, can cause the amount of aromatase, the enzyme made by CYP19A1, to rise by 3 to 4 times in tumors compared to normal breast tissue, which boosts estrogen and its effects even more. CYP19A1 levels can also be even higher when someone has problems like a higher BMI because of inflammation, showing that both genes and health factors can make this gene more active. Does this mean that those of you who see in your DNA 360 that you have fast aromatase activity need to worry right now? No. It's a good thing to keep in mind so you can optimize your lifestyle to make sure your estrogen pathways, your metabolism pathways are functioning well, and to share with your physician if necessary, but it doesn't mean you are destined to have any issues. It would be worth keeping in mind, if you remember a few slides back, where I said that high estrogen can also accelerate HER2 positive breast cancer progression. So if that were to be something you were diagnosed with, checking out your genetics and giving your doctor that information could be helpful. So even if someone is diagnosed with ER negative breast cancer, looking at your hormone pathways is still really a relevant thing to do. CYP1B1 is an enzyme found at higher levels in many types of tumors, especially breast cancer. It changes estrogen into 4-hydroxyestradiol, which is known to be cancer causing. 4-hydroxyestradiol can damage DNA, create harmful byproducts, and trigger processes that help tumors to grow and spread within the body. Because this conversion is so important for how some cancers develop and resist treatment, scientists are developing drugs that block CYP1B1 to reduce the production of 4-hydroxyestradiol and its harmful downstream effects. Once again, if you see that you have an increased genetic tendency, like I do, to convert into the 4OH pathway, there are things that can be done, and it doesn't mean you're going to get cancer. It's just information about what your body might do, and there are ways to make that more or less likely. Breast cancer increases with higher BMI, especially for postmenopausal women. For every roughly 10 pounds increase in BMI, the risk of developing breast cancer rises by about 13% for women without cardiovascular disease, and by about 31% for women who have cardiovascular disease. This is not true for premenopausal women, however, and some studies have shown the opposite for women under 40, which is why I'm mentioning it. Specifically for hormone receptor positive breast cancer, having a slightly higher BMI may be protective. So this is a complicated topic once again. And I mention all of this because even in the same person, what is helpful or unhelpful can change depending on how old they are. And we don't really know how things that seem to work for us when we're younger may affect us when we get older until we get older. And the advice given to an older woman may not work for a younger woman. So I'll get more into the special challenges facing younger women with breast cancer in a moment, but recognizing that there's a difference in treatment, lifestyle, all of those things depending on where someone falls in the age category, as well as their genetics and all of those things, I think is a really important thing to keep in mind. Next slide, please. Cancer treatment is beyond difficult at any age, but I am specifically here to talk about younger women, so that's what I'm going to do. There are some life stage challenges that come with being a younger woman dealing with breast cancer. Some of them are raising small children during treatment, and this means that they can't necessarily show up the way that they want to as a parent. Sometimes the children are too young to explain it to, or they don't want to scare them. Even if they're old enough to understand that their mother is sick, they may not want to let them know how sick they really are, like how the chemo is affecting them and things like that. There can be serious career and financial disruption. Some of the people that I interviewed described, having a job, having some insurance, not being able to work as much during treatment, potentially losing insurance, having to spend all of their savings on treatment, or not having any savings to spend and going into medical debt as a result of their diagnosis, and it being a really challenging thing. They aren't as likely to get a promotion. And so when all this is happening at a time when people are growing, they're growing and in their career, they're trying to perhaps buy a house or something like that, it can feel like a really big setback financially. And if some of the healthcare reform changes happen where people with pre-existing conditions will be excluded or have rates go way up, this can definitely impact someone who is 25 and has had a breast cancer diagnosis. Will they be able to be insured? How much will it cost them? And one of the people that I interviewed even talked about how it limits the kinds of jobs that she can do because she has to have a job with benefits because she just doesn't know what's going to happen with her health in the future. And so she feels limited by that. And that's something to keep in mind about this particular age group, I think, is that at a time when it's supposed to be all horizons open, some of them can start to close down. And that includes the next thing that I want to talk about, which is fertility. Someone can one day not even having children be on the radar as a decision that they need to make right now, and the very next day receive a breast cancer diagnosis and have to decide within days, do they want to take steps to try and preserve their fertility or do they not? And that is a lot of pressure for someone who has just found out that they have something going on with them that feels really serious and really scary. It's a snap decision. And then also wondering, is it safe to have children later? Even if they do preserve their fertility, what is the cost to their health, if any, of having children? So these are all things that they have to think about, that someone in their 60s or 70s, that might be decisions that they made a long time ago. Early menopause from treatment, and all of the health concerns that come along with menopause, which we had a great summit all about menopause, which all of you should definitely check out. There are health and emotional concerns that go along with menopause that many people diagnosed with breast cancer don't have the same options as someone who hasn't had breast cancer has, because they may not be able to do HRT. They may not be able to do a lot of different kinds of things. And so at this young age, they're going through menopause without any of their peers. And they have to be in it for a much, much longer time. If someone's 25 at time of diagnosis, they could be postmenopausal for 50, 75 years. If, optimistically, we want them to live that long, but that's a very long time to have the other complications sitting in their bodies. There's also a psychosocial impact. There are higher rates of anxiety and depression amongst younger people diagnosed with breast cancer. Not the least of which is because of having to face mortality so much younger than their peers. Most people that age aren't really thinking that much about the potential of death. That's not the focus at that time. And it changes a person to come face to face with that. Then there are body image concerns after surgery, after chemo with hair, and after going through menopause. That can change body composition. It can change libido. It can change just how they feel about themselves. Brain fog and other cognitive changes could potentially impact career, but certainly quality of life. Searching for words, not feeling as sharp as you're used to, having all of those things happen at such a young age can be very challenging. Then there are intimacy and relationship challenges, which can go along with hormonal challenges and just the trauma of having something so serious happen to your body. That's something that is described a lot, and also the fear around things. And the fear of recurrence is huge. And once again, these younger people have a lot more years to worry about recurrence than someone who's diagnosed in their 70s or 80s, right? There's also a sensitivity to what to someone else might just be a mild symptom. If I get a headache, I think it's a headache. If someone has had a cancer diagnosis, they may start to wonder, what else could this be? And it's reasonable, even though it's probably just a headache for them too. They have been through something that other people have not, and so they are going to interpret those things differently. So what's the path forward? How do we address this? I think step one is awareness, which is why I'm speaking today and why the women that I've interviewed are willing to share their stories. If them sharing their stories and me sharing this information with all of you helps to save one person's daughter, sister, or mother, then we've won. And so we have to keep talking about these things. Keeping in mind research priorities, not only studying these things in older women, but also studying what is causing this to happen in younger people. breast cancer, by the way, is not the only type of cancer that's going up in numbers in younger people. This is just the one that is appropriate for today's SheSummit. So understanding the environmental, genetic, geographic, and lifestyle factors that are impacting our young people is really important. And as well as investigating estrogen pathway disruptions and ways to mitigate that. Clinical improvements are needed, such as earlier detection strategies for young women, including more access to things like our Breast 360 tear test. It can be really difficult for younger people to get a mammogram, to get an ultrasound, to even get into a doctor. We were just at a health conference where I think it said there was one OBGYN for every 80,000 women in the country. And typically a physician can take on a practice of about 10,000. So if someone doesn't even have access to care, how are they supposed to get testing done? And so, the direct to consumer model where people can take charge of their own testing and their own lives is really exciting, but people need to know that it exists. So we need to be spreading the word that we are empowered to take charge of our own health a little bit more than people might be aware of. There are specialized treatment protocols for someone who is younger and may have to be on certain kinds of treatments for years and years and years. How do you deal with that? What do you do about the side effects of that? These are some things that clinicians need to be thinking about for younger people, and more comprehensive survivorship care that includes their mental health, that includes their physical health, it includes their hormonal health, their sexual health, all of the things that everyone else is going to be talking about in all of their presentations after me. So we have a really great team here to help talk about the whole person, which is really exciting. And then policy and access, addressing healthcare disparities, addressing the fact that many women don't even have access to a gynecologist, insurance coverage that actually covers fertility preservation so that someone doesn't have to make a decision between going into really crazy medical debt if they do want to have children in this situation or not having them. And while there are, of course, other wonderful options such as adoption later on, if someone is faced with having to make a decision in that moment, those can feel like the two big options to them. And workplace protections during treatment, because sometimes people do lose their jobs, or don't lose them but are not promoted, and or things get shifted around a little bit. I don't think that people can technically be fired for having cancer, but I have definitely heard some stories where it felt like a serious disruption in the workplace. So those are the things that I think that need to start happening more and more, especially in the context of younger women, which is not a demographic that has traditionally been looked at as broadly when it comes to breast cancer treatment. So my next slide is my citations, and that concludes my presentation. So now we'll be taking some questions. I think Dr. Kosterman is going to come back and join me for that.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just wait till I'm up on screen. There we go. Thank you, Dr. Steady. I really valued the stories you offered within that. I think there was a period where science was trying to communicate through numbers. And I think what we're starting to recognize is that numbers are important, but they're not the whole story, and that the humanity behind it is interestingly what motivates people and drives people. So thank you through the presentation, but then also through this documentary that will be coming soon of telling stories so that people can understand not only the numbers, but also the life behind it, and be inspired to how they might be navigating their own care and their own screening for it. So thank you. Yeah. Our audience has a few questions for you. The first one is from Madeline, a little off topic, but I think it's an important one because it's something that some women experience. Dr. Steady, can you speak to if breast cysts or breast hemangioma, I hope I'm saying that correctly, increase the risk of breast cancer? Audience, I don't do multisyllabic words very well. You're going to learn that now and later.
But she's wonderful, so it doesn't matter even if she can't pronounce them. It's
No,
totally fine.
it's delightful and hilarious.
So there's no simple answer to that question. It can make diagnosis more complicated. So I think that that's something to bear in mind. I did hear a story of someone who she kind of went in and got checked out because she thought it was another cyst, but there are a lot of people who have tons of cysts or dense breasts and never end up with breast cancer. So I think that the bigger question to ask is what's causing the cysts? What's causing the hemangiomas? Is there something going on with your estrogen metabolism pathway? Is there not? So these are the kinds of things. It's more like instead of I would look at it like big picture.
Mhm.
What's going on in my health? How is this uncomfortable? Is this something that I want to address? And then finding the support that you need to do just that. Getting testing done to see, what your estrogen metabolic pathways. Oh, it's contagious. If I can't pronounce metabolic, that's not good.
You're so welcome.
What those pathways are like and what lifestyle things can be done if you do have something going on in those pathways. So just going for overall health, I think would be a good strategy in terms of that.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that answer. I really like that answer. Thank you, Dr. Steady. So the next question I have here is from Sheila. If one has a breast cancer that has an affinity for estrogen, does HRT impact the risk if we choose to use BHRT or bioidentical HRT after the fact? So this is the general question because I think there's a lot of conversation. We've had this in past SheSummits when we've really focused on HRT and menopause. But I wonder if you can, talk to the audience a little bit around this belief, fear of if breast cancer, then HRT will either encourage and cause it, or it needs to be avoided like the plague after the fact, should you have had a breast cancer with that, especially that is hormone positive.
So this is, of course, 100% an individual situation. So, I can't say you specifically can or cannot or should not be doing anything, Sheila. But so these cancers that are happening in younger women have never been on HRT. Many of them have never even been on birth control. So it's not necessarily that it's an external estrogen, although it could be, from plastics and things like that can impact it. But what I was saying in the presentation is that there can be a shift in how the body responds to estrogen in the presence of a tumor. Not necessarily that the estrogen is causing the tumor, but that there's an interaction between them. So it's complicated and it depends on your medical history, what your metabolic pathways are, all of those things. But HRT is not out of the question for anyone, even people who've had breast cancer. There are people who will still prescribe bioidentical HRT safely to women who have had breast cancer, and it's totally fine. Statistically, it does not seem to increase the risk and may in fact decrease the risk of getting breast cancer, which I know sounds totally crazy. It's sort of like given the fact that when it shows up, it can have an affinity for estrogen, it's also possible that estrogen can help prevent it. So it really just depends on the person. And I know that sounds confusing and like I'm hedging, but it's really just that people are different. And the research is showing that really, really clearly.
Yeah. I valued, there was a point in your presentation where you talked about if you're this age, you need to do this, and then this age, it kind of changes. And we see that so many different times in elements of care. I even see that in genes, right? The way we interpret CYP1A1 will change over the course of a woman's life. And so I think it's really important. I'm glad. I don't think it's a hedging a bet. I think it's being honest about the state of medicine in a way that providers, I wouldn't say they weren't being honest before, just did not know about before. I think the history of medicine has always been one of generalities. And now that we have science and we're able to dive into the T's and C's so much more, the answer is no longer a general answer, but instead a let's dive into you so we can answer that question for you. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Yeah. So the next question I have here, and I want to offer that this is coming from a few different people. So this is a few different people. They're saying, I have a family history of breast cancer, et cetera, from different branches of my tree. I also have female children. I have daughters. How do I start having this conversation? When do I start having this conversation? How do we start encouraging that idea of education and screening without making it a scary topic, right? You don't want to sit a young girl down and be like, well, here's the lay of the land, right? How do we start having those conversations with young women, in particular, younger women who, from the conversations you just talked about, are at greater risk?
I think that framing it as empowerment and as something that is just normalized, and I would say compare it to a dental appointment, but a lot of people really hate going to the dentist, so I don't really. I like a lot, like so many people in my life. The old car analogy. Like plug it into the computer, run the diagnostic test, but also if you know your body, if you start doing, say, self breast exams at a young age, you know what your body feels like. So you'll know if something changes. It's sort of like know your moles, right? So that you know if one changes and so that you know if one is a tick or not. You know what I mean? Like these are the things like self-knowledge, I think, is the thing to emphasize here. And self-knowledge means feeling really comfortable with your own body, knowing what your genetics are so that you can optimize instead of not optimizing, so that you can put the right octane fuel into your body
Yeah.
to go back to the car. And also, we have non-invasive testing that can show inflammation. And then if you know that there's some inflammation, then I need to take this a little bit more seriously and really take charge of my health now. Right. So that's where things like the Breast 360 are an empowerment tool. The DNA 360 is an empowerment tool. And I think that if we put these empowerment tools into the hands of our young girls, that they can feel not like the world can do something to them, but like they can have an impact on their world, and that starts with their body, and that starts with body autonomy and feeling strong and self-knowledge, instead of feeling like I don't want to talk about this, it's too scary. Because fear thrives on not looking at things and not talking about them. And so if we have the courage to talk to our girls about these things, then they can have the courage to pick up the empowerment tools and run with them.
Yeah, I love that. And I think that spirit runs through so much of personalized medicine now. We for example, with the DNA 360, right? We can peer into your genes and say you may or may not be at risk for cardiovascular disease. And there's a lot of people, just like with cancer, that don't necessarily want to know that. And I wonder if the conversation, to your point, is not one of let us be scared of what our genes say or of our family history, but instead take that as awareness as to how I navigate and create my preventative health so that, heaven forbid anything happen, I nip it in the butt when it's small. Because with breast cancer, we know if you're catching it, in that infancy stage, doctors use this word they've never used before of cure, right? We've never heard that. Like, it's only been in the past 5 years, 10 years that we've been able to say the word cure when it comes to cancer.
Yeah.
When I started school, I didn't think we'd get there, and here we are. Yeah, it's incredible.
It's so hopeful.
Yeah, yeah. So it's flipping that conversation. I like that idea, Dr. Steady. All right. The next question we have is, I guess, asking what happens to your estrogen when you've had a total hysterectomy? So a little bit of a left turn there, but I think relevant to this conversation of hormonal health.
Um, if you've had a total hysterectomy, then you don't have ovaries. So so all of the communication that happens from them through the rest of your body is not going to you're not going to produce estrogen there. So you will only have what's produced in any body fat that you might have, and maybe a little bit from your adrenal glands, but mostly it would be from a little bit of body fat. Other than that, your estrogen is going to go down significantly, especially your estradiol, in the absence of ovaries. So that's the probably longer answer than it needed to be, quite frankly.
No, that is the perfect answer. Natalia has a question for us, and they're asking for people with dense breast tissue, or for people that are considering things outside of an additional to mammography, could you maybe run through a few ways that you can go through screening and really proactive care there?
Well, definitely the breast 360 would be one that I would say. There are definitely going to be some presentations later on that are going to get into some alternatives for this. Um, uh, you can you can do ultrasound. That's one way. And then I cannot remember the name of the machine that Dr. Sim that she's going to talk about.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah,
just going to not even pretend.
Perfection imaging, and it's
Thank
spelled in a
you.
really cute way. So audience, you're going to understand that it's a cute joke soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there are other ways of doing this. And because I know that even then, a self-exam, you're like, everything, can feel a little bit like a lump in there, right? So that can feel disempowering. And so there are other alternatives. If you're younger, if you don't want to get a mammogram, or if, as you said, the mammogram can be less helpful than it might be for someone else.
Yeah, I'm going to tack onto this answer, including a question from Mariana. So Mariana's asking, can breast cancer be detected with the DNA 360? So that is our genetic testing that looks at the body from a functional genetic perspective from the 360, all elements. And that includes sex steroid hormones, and that includes genes that influence estrogen metabolism alongside testosterone metabolism. And the answer is no, cancer cannot be detected with this test. But what it can do, and I think this is really important, it can inform how you go about living your life in a way that prevents and mitigates risk of breast cancer, because it gives you a lot of information as to how your body goes about creating as well as eliminating your estrogens. And that can really inform your prevention plan, as well as, heaven forbid, your recovery plan after the fact. Yeah. And so, Dr. Steady, from that question, I have a few others. We have a few people in the chat saying, I've done my I've done my DNA 360, and I have a few genes that are concerning when it comes to estrogen metabolites. Perhaps their CYP3A4 predisposes them towards 16-hydroxy, or perhaps, their CYP1B1 predisposes them to 4-hydroxy. So if you are someone that has this test and you understand some of the genes and enzymes that influence your estrogen, what is your advice? Obviously your advice is work with a clinician, but how do you kind of start that mental journey? You have this test back. Where do you first start with some of those results?
Definitely working with someone who can look at the whole picture of it for you. But within your report, there will be recommendations made about foods to eat and supplements to take. But then the reason that I recommend working with a clinician is because your metabolic health and how your body responds to inflammation and all of those things can impact how serious those things are for you as a person. So if you can really look at the whole picture of you, then that is a really good thing to do. But I would look in your reports for the recommendations that are given, because I obviously can't give a specific recommendation to anyone on a webinar like this. So I would start with your reports, and I'd start with an appointment with a clinician. Those would be.
Yeah, because I think we're seeing quite a few of those questions in the chat. I think they're really good, important questions. But what both Dr. Steady and I are communicating in a lot of our conversation here is how profoundly individualized and personalized care is. Her answer is not dismissing you. Her answer is empowering you by saying, I'm not going to give you general advice that isn't applicable to you, right?
Yeah. I'm not an Instagram ad, for that very, I went into this to help individuals with not to treat everyone like they're the same person.
Yeah. All right, Dr. Steady, I have a delightfully nerdy question for you. So get
Oh
your
boy.
certificates ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Are you aware of research that involves copper overload as promotion of more aggressive cancers, including breast cancer? Are you familiar or aware of any of this?
I am not, but guess who's going to do a little PubMed deep dive now?
Yeah, I think there was some research done maybe a decade ago, and this question is going out to Susan. There was some research decade or two ago that looked at, in particular, how copper supports angiogenesis. So that's the creation of new arteries and arterioles. So when we think of cancer, right, cancer is a very hungry beast. It needs to be fed. And so if you have a nutritional environment in particular that really supports that, there can be concern. I think there's been further development and research to say that copper is kind of one element. So that was, I think, the first thing we found, but not the only thing. So I think there's an element of just be mindful of chasing one thing down. Again, this is why the whole human picture and a consult with someone who can see you as a whole, as opposed to, just one molecule words.
And I know that there's a relationships between copper and zinc, if I'm not mistaken, which I would like to tie back to the DNA 360, which is that can be partly genetically affected, what your zinc, how well you absorb it, and whether or not you need to take more of it. So that's just what I'll throw out there to tack on to Dr. Kosterman's answer.
No, thank you. And again, important, right? Because when we think of the prevention as well as the navigation thereof, knowing nutritional status of trace minerals becomes so very important. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. The next questions I have here. Karen has a question for us. So it sounds like within her family, there is a history or at least a motivation to get some BRCA testing done, right? And Karen, like many people, have heard a lot about BRCA and its testing because it is, I think, of consequence to, the advertising and campaigning around breast cancer. It's sleeper cell moment. We say breast cancer, people say BRCA, right? So Dr. Steady, I wonder if you can speak to BRCA and is it, how it influences risk and how it also does not influence risk, right?
So when there is not a mutation, BRCA should help to prevent cancer. But then when there is a mutation, then that mechanism goes awry. It can definitely, statistically, it can contribute. But there are plenty of people who get breast cancer who don't have the BRCA gene, and plenty of people who have the BRCA gene and don't get breast cancer. So something else must affect it, right? We always say one gene is not your destiny. And that goes for everything on our tests, as well as BRCA and, the APA, anyway, all of them. So yeah, I don't need to list them. So looking at the whole picture of your health and making sure that, a certain number of things have to actually go wrong in order to develop cancer. Our bodies are constant. All of us are developing it on the daily and getting rid of it. So just so that, not to scare anyone, but that's just how it goes. And our bodies are designed to do that. And it doesn't mean that it's your bad or it's your fault if you end up with cancer, right? It just means that your body got overwhelmed and enough things happened to it that it couldn't do its job in the way that it wanted to, right? And that's not your fault, and it's not your body's fault. Love your body. Don't blame it for what's going on, right? but the point that I was trying to make is that keeping your health, going according to your genetic blueprint, doing what your body needs, even if it's not what your friend or your sister or someone else's body needs, is a really important thing. Sure, get the genetic testing, get whatever screening you need to do as a result of having that result of having a BRCA mutation, but then also keep your stress down by knowing that you're doing everything that you can to keep yourself really healthy. And so that even then, if you do end up with a diagnosis, you're stronger going into it and can be more resilient and get through the treatment and get to the cure and get to recovering from it. So it's really about the whole picture of your life, trying to make that work for you in all ways.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you. I have a quick clarifying question. I just want to make sure that the audience heard this properly. Christy is asking, and this jumps back to your conversation around BHRT and cancer, right? And again, Christy, if you're interested within the chat, we'll post links to a lot of our SheSummits that discuss this more in depth. But briefly, Dr. Steady, and I know you didn't say this, but I just hope you can speak to this again. BHRT, are you saying that it does not impact cancer at all?
I'm not saying that it doesn't impact cancer at all. I'm saying that that's an individual question. And so if your oncologist says you're not someone who is a good candidate for BHRT, and you can get a second opinion, you can listen to them, you cannot, but that's, there are people who successfully do BHRT after a breast cancer diagnosis, and there are people who shouldn't, right? And so it just depends on who you are. And there are one of the things when I was interviewing these women with breast cancer, some of them were like, I had the same exact diagnosis and subtype as somebody else in my Facebook support group, and we got completely different treatments. And it freaked them out because they were like, what if my doctor's doing it wrong and their doctor's doing it right?
Yeah.
But it turned out that there are subtle differences because everyone is unique, and they both were fine and they trusted the treatment, and they got through it because the expert could tell the difference between those two people and the different treatments that needed to be done, right? So if approaching everything with that understanding that even something subtle can change the thing that's right for one person and not right for the other is really important.
Yeah. That's a beautiful example of the same superficial diagnosis, but based on individuality, dramatically different treatments. Yeah, I think especially as we genotype people as well as genotype cancer, right? Your cancer is due to a mutation, so we genotype that to figure out best treatment, to figure out best approach. And so the way we describe things are no longer the way we act on things. Yeah. Okay, I have a few more questions for you, Dr. Steady, in regards to preventative screening. Could you just briefly, for the audience, describe what thermography is in context of breast cancer and breast health? And do you have any thoughts on it? Commentary, good, bad, ugly?
I've done thermography before. It is looking at the temperature of whatever body part. It's not just used for breasts. It's used for all kinds of things. And the idea being that if someplace is hotter, there is inflammation there. And so that would be a place, like a hot spot, literally, to watch out for. People can definitely use that. I would not say necessarily to rely on that solely, right? I used that when I was younger just because there were no other options for me at the time, and I wanted to be really proactive before I even knew my genetics or anything like that. And I don't even have a family history. I just like to know more. So it's safe, it's non-invasive. All of those things are good about it, but it's not very specific, and it's not overly sensitive to anything but temperature. And so something could be missed. So I think it's a fine place to start. But if you're there are things that are more specific that and I know that I work for the DNA company, but the breast 360 is a lot more specific than thermography. And so if I were choosing a test and choosing to spend money, I would spend it on something that's more specific personally. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I wonder, audience, I'm just going to take a moment and talk about the detection tool that is the Breast 360, because I'm seeing a lot of questions in the QA as well as several comments in the chat. So what our DNA Breast 360 is, it's a tear test, which is kind of fun. So when we think about tears, the liquid that comprises our tears, it's actually a filtering or a byproduct of blood, right? There's anatomy that will filter blood and effectively just take some of the water and protein out of the blood so that you have tears. The neat thing about this is that anatomy that filters that blood and makes tears doesn't filter out all the proteins. So when you cry alongside salt and water and a few other immune products, there's going to be proteins there. So what this test does is it's a little strip that will collect some of your tears, and through that, it will then analyze, are there proteins there that are very specifically associated with breast inflammation, right? So when we have inflammation, certain proteins are created. It looks at two very, very specific to inflammation within the test. So a few things about this, audience. It is not a cancer diagnostic tool. It is not going to say yes cancer, no cancer. Instead, it's a screening tool that says, do you have an environment within the breast that predisposes or creates an environment, a milieu, that would encourage the growth of cancer? Okay, and then so to Dr. Steady's point, and I think this is a really important point, right? Especially for those who are outside of screening windows, who don't necessarily have access to screening for whatever reasons. Dr. Steady went into the glory health desert that sometimes women's health can be, right? This is one of those, and I love that you phrased this, a word of mouth, something that we can empower ourselves with by taking tests like this to know what's going on in the breast, and heaven forbid there be any inflammation there, we can take that into our own hands. We're going to be exploring this a lot today because this is one of the ways we talk about prevention, right? We know inflammation seeds and makes more possible cancer. So Dr. Jen Simmons is going to be diving into this further in her conversation. And for those that are on the dnaco.com media page, right, you can also see some of our pre-recorded talks. Dr. Nielsen in particular dives into all things breast inflammation and what you can do about it. Yeah. All right, Dr. Steady. I think the last questions that I have here are going to be just in regards to the DNA DNA 360. So we've had a few people in the audience that again have gotten that, and they're looking at their hormone profiles. Hormone profiles are something that say, this is how your body is inclined to be creating your sex steroid hormones. We reviewed it this week. It sounds like we have a few people from our webinar this week that had questions specific to that. And so the questions are, if I have a hormone profile, does that mean my risk towards breast cancer is greater? And if so, could you maybe discuss some of those profiles that lend a little bit more to risk?
The answer is a definite maybe.
Excellent answer.
But I think that things to pay attention to and get empowered around is the way that I'm going to phrase it, would be CYP1A1, CYP1B1, CYP3A4, would be some things just to look at them. It doesn't mean that if it turns out that you have a decreased metabolism into 2OH and an increased into 4OH and 16OH, that you are going to get cancer. That's not what our test shows. That's not what I would ever say to anyone. That's a big no. But it does mean, I'm not metabolizing things in a way that makes it easy for my body to detoxify estrogen. So what can I do about that? That's the question that the DNA 360 gets us to ask, is what steps can I take to do something about this so that my body can not end up with estrogen toxicity, which is something we talk about in the results, and therefore not have the inflammation from that, right? Because even if it's not cancerous, inflammation doesn't feel awesome all the time. I mean, there's some inflammation that's necessary if you get sick or you work out, or anyway, it's not that all inflammation is bad, but you don't want necessarily to keep the kind that goes along with estrogen toxicity. So just for feeling your best, empower yourself with the DNA 360 test results, and then take charge of your health.
Yeah. And audience, because I'm seeing a few questions saying, you know, I've done your test and I tried to bring it to my doctor, to my gyne, and they're not talking about this, they're not educated on it. And if unfortunately you fall into that boat, because you know it takes time for medicine to learn, don't hesitate to reach out to us. CEO at thednacompany.com. We can hook you up with clinicians that understand that and can support not only your empowerment of understanding, but your empowerment of what do I do about it. Okay. All right, audience.
And your doctors can also get trained at DNA University. Just throwing that out there.
Oh, look at you. Look at you. I love this. Thank you, Midel.
I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No. I'm grateful for it because I think education is power, right? Both in the hands of doctors, but also in the hands of patients and clients. So thank you. Yeah, we'll put that link. Our DNAU audience is our offering of education. It's a space where we educate you on the genes and what they mean in regards to breast health and breast cancer, but to health in general, right? Because the breast sits within the body and it's all connected. Yeah. All right, audience. Now what we're going to be doing, I hope you're ready. Dr. Steady talked a little bit about how getting a sweat exercise can create a little bit of good inflammation. So I hope you're ready for a little bit of good inflammation. We have the DNA Company's own Felicia Bruno, who is going to be walking us through a body weight movement that is very breast safe. So there may be people here in different stages of breast cancer wellness, some in prevention, some in the middle of it, some in the after. So listen to your doctor. If you've been advised not to do exercise, please do not. Please just watch and learn. But if you are able to be doing exercise, let's get at it. Vanny, if you want to run the video, please.
Hi, my name is Felicia. I'm with the DNA Company and I run the fitness program for the company. I am here to excitedly go through a 20-minute workout exercise for breast cancer aftercare when you've had a mastectomy. So I'm glad to be here. I'm ready to get started. And all you will need is a couple of water bottles if you have them. We're going to do some biceps. If you don't, grab some light weights, a band, and we're going to use a wall. So get close to a wall and grab a band. I'll give you just a second for that. Otherwise than that, I'm just glad you're here. I'm glad you showed up. You are a survivor and you are beautiful inside and out. I want you to know your breasts do not make you. Your boobs do not make you. You are beautiful inside and out. But I know this recovery is hard and it's emotional, but you're a survivor. We're going to come through it so much better, so much stronger, and you have a lot to live for. So let's get started. Okay. So first we're going to do, all I want you to do, you can do this standing or sitting, doesn't matter. I just want you to breathe. So just posture yourself, and I just want you to breathe. Big breaths. We're going to do this for about 2 minutes. You just breathe. Let the shoulders relax. Breathe. Let the shoulders relax. Yeah, just sit in the space. Just be healthy and happy, and just know you are here, and it is good. Breathe, relax. Yes. Deep breaths. Be mindful of how you feel and how it feels to be in this space, and that you did show up and you're here. Things are good. Things are going to get better every single day, and I'm so proud of you. Good. Next, we're gonna go into some neck rolls. So from here, I just want you to lean, take your ear to your shoulder, doesn't matter which side, and bend. Straighten out this other arm and feel the release of tension through here. Breathe. Again, you're breathing. Come back. Other side. Breathe. The arm goes out and you can feel it. Breathe. Good. Good. Let's do it again. Other side. We're going to do this about 5 times just to breathe and sit through it. Breathe, sit through it. Very good. Very good. 2 more times. Breathe. Arm goes out. If not, keep it by your side. Arm goes out. Keep it by your side. Now remember, through all this, everything should be pain-free and easily done. Also, I want to remind you that this is only done after your doctor says you are free to work out. Only after your doctor says you're free and clear. Usually about 4 to 6 weeks, depending on the person. So next we're going to do shoulder rolls. I want you to go back. Just take your shoulders and roll them back. Again, sitting or standing, this makes no difference. Breathe. Breathe. Come forward. Breathe. Yes. Just like that. Roll your shoulders. Be thankful you have shoulders. Be thankful that you can do this movement. Breathe through it. It's great. Let's do some shrugs. The shrug is all you're gonna do is just take your shoulders to your ears. Just come up here. Relax. Come up here. Relax. Sometimes it's like, pretend like somebody's asking you a question. Do you want chicken for dinner? I don't know. That's how I do it. Breathe. I don't know. Relax. Breathe. Just let all that stress fall. Let it all fall. We gotta laugh through life, right? You gotta laugh. You gotta take it just one day at a time and just enjoy every moment and laugh. Laughter is the best medicine. Perfect. Kind of shake it out. Move around. You should feel really comfortable by now. Kind of warm, but not anywhere like we're not breathing hard. We're just stretching. We're just gentle stretching. So next we're going to do some shoulder and chest. All right. So we're going to first do pendulum swings. If you're sitting in a chair, just bend over. If not, I'm going to show you. Just drop your arms. And I want you to just swing. Swing your left or right arm, makes no difference. Clockwise. And then swing it counterclockwise. We're just loosening up our shoulders, all the muscles that go into your shoulders, your chest, and your back. Take the right arm, same thing. Swing. Other side, swing. Well, not the same side, but the other direction. Swing. And sometimes when this is easy, you can grab a water bottle, give you a little bit of extra weight, and you can feel the shoulder like kind of pull down, gravity. It's amazing. It feels good. Yes. Really good. All right. Once we're going to do that, we are going to do a wall walk. This is real important for breast survivor cancer patients who we have to open up the chest again. So all that stuff that is taken off, which again, perfect. We're okay. We're going to find a wall, get to a wall, and all you're going to do is raise your arm as high as you can go and back down. This is called a wall walk. Now here, we're opening up the chest, but there should not be any pain. I don't want you, if you're up here, come as far as you can. We do not want any pain in here. Some of you might have total mastectomy, or some of you might have had implants put in, like spacers. So I want you to be real mindful. No pain. This is not pain. This is a just gentle opening exercise. All right? And we're going to do the other side. As far as you can go, up and down, breathing through it. And you're gonna feel it through here, a little opening, and that's normal. No pain though. We need to open all this, our chest back up. Everything needs to be opened back up. So again, you can do this as many times as you want because this feels so good. So good. Breathing through it. Breathing through it and switching back and forth as many times as you want to. All right. Perfect. Okay. So next we're going to do hands out front. We're going to do an open chest exercise after we've done the wall walks. So once you put your hands in front, you're going to roll your shoulders front. So from here, roll. Bring it, roll, okay? And then I want you to breathe and open your arms wide, palms up. And just breathe. You're going to feel this open all the way through here. Again, not going to hurt. Open, come back as far as you can. You may only be able to come here. Eventually, I want you here, and then I want you to squeeze your shoulder blades together in the back. So when you come back here, squeeze your shoulder blades. Drop. Kind of shake it out. You're good. You're good. Arms in front again. Roll your shoulders forward. Arms open wide. Palms up. Breathe. Again, doesn't matter how far you come back. We're just opening all this up. Let's get some blood flow. Let's get those feelings coming back. Come on. So relax. We're gonna do it again. Arms up. Forward. Palms up. Breathe. Squeeze your shoulder blades together as far as you can get. All right. Relax. Perfect. Now you should feel warm, feel good. Again, no pain. We're opening things up. We're getting some blood flow. Movement. It just creates endorphins too. So we're getting some blood flow. We're getting some endorphin going. We got some feel good stuff going. Put on a little music with this. So you can, even just kind of get it back together. This is all about you. Next, we're going to do some, again, seated or standing bicep curls. I got water bottles because, as you can see, I'm at home. I'm with this. You're in your comfort space, right? We're not here for anybody but ourselves. That's what we're here for. So if you have some weights, grab your weights. Very, very light, especially after this surgery. Very, very light. Water bottles is perfect. 1 or 2 pounds, perfect. I wouldn't go any heavier than that. We're just going to do some curls up and down, just like this. We're going to breathe. I want at least 12. All right. It's 4, 5. Just be thankful and grateful you can do this. 6. Up and down. Yes. 8. Breathe. We got to breathe. It's 9, 10, 11. One more. Perfect. And I want you to do that at least 3 more times. All right. So when you're not with me, 3 more times. Okay. Just get the blood flow. Get it flowing. I love it. All right. After that, hands are cold. After that, we are going to do a seated row. This is where I have a band. If you don't have a band, you can use a towel, or you can use nothing at all if you don't need anything. These I get off of Amazon, just to let you know. They're called GoFit. They actually have handles, and they come in pound weights. This is a 20-pounder resistance, but these are phenomenal. They're really cheap on Amazon. So if you want to build some strength at home without the heaviness of weights sitting around your house, these are awesome. They also, the thing I love about them is you can pack them and take them wherever you go. If you go on trips or just need the space in your house. All right. So we're going to do rows for your back. Again, we're trying to open everything up. Open it all up so we can breathe. So I'm going to turn to the side so you can see me. You got to put the band underneath your feet. And you're going to hold onto the band. And you're going to just pull straight back. Straight back. Squeeze. I want you to keep your elbows close. I'll turn this way so you can see me. Here. See how close my elbows are to my side? Real important. And squeeze. Again, we're opening the chest, but we're working on your back. This is a back exercise. So we need to strengthen the back just as we do the front. We are made front to back. So the muscles in the front have to support the muscles in the back. So we need to strengthen them. And by doing this, it'll keep us standing tall, shoulders back, right? All right, keep going. Just like this. I love it. Elbows close. You're doing wonderful. And breathe. Again, be so thankful that you can do this. Come back as far as you can. And when we first start this, if you're a little winded, it's okay. Keep going. I want you to do a little more every day. All right? You should be able to do this. You can do this every day because we're not doing heavy enough where you need to really let your muscles rest. But if you want to do it every other day, it's fine. Maybe 3 days a week, whatever works for you. I just encourage you to show up and do it. All right. So the next exercise we're going to do is a wall push-up. So find a wall, kind of like we did the arm walls. You're going to find another wall. Arms are going to be about shoulder width apart. All right. My hands are a little wider, but I'm going to show you what it looks like. It's just a wall push-up is all it is. All it is. Your hands are going to be about this far, and you're just going to lean against the wall and push up. That's it. I want about 10 of those. Breathing. When you come down, I want you to come down as far as you can. You're going to feel it through here. You're going to feel all this opening up. It's probably going to be really tight at first, but then it will come easier and easier the more you get it opened up. And that's what we want to do. All those muscles are compressed and tight from surgery and laying in bed. So now it's time to open them back up, reawaken them. Let's reawake everything. Let's get it going again. All right. So after your wall push-ups, 8 to 10, you're probably going to do them twice. I want you to do what feels good. Nobody knows what feels good except you. So, but you got to do it. And I know you can. So the last thing we're going to do stretches. We're going to do a cool down. So stand or seated again, but I want you to lean, raise your arm as far as you can to the side. Just like that. Should be very easy. Hold. And you can do this, as you can see, here. And I want you to kind of experiment on your range of motion while you're doing this. Kind of experiment. Go to where it feels good, not painful, but where it feels good, and come back. To the other side. And do this as many times as you want. Again, it's all about movement, opening things up, getting them going again. After that, we're going to do a chest opener again. Abs up front, and then I want you to come around. And if you can, I want you to clasp your hands in back. This is going to be a chest opener. So it's kind of front to back. So we're here, we're rounding our shoulders. We did this earlier. Then when we come back, we're doing like a full range. Clasp your hands in back. Pull them, pull if you can. Again, no pain. But where you feel it open up, where you feel the stretch, it should be phenomenal. It should be really good. Do those a couple of times. And then the very last thing we're going to end up is we're going to stretch our forearms. So I want you to take your hand here and bring it down. You got to stretch all these muscles. They all connect. Come up your arm, your shoulder, your chest, abs, legs, other side. Hold it for like 20 seconds. You should feel a nice stretch. I do this sometimes when I go to bed at night, when I'm literally laying in bed. Before I go to sleep, I'll stretch out my forearms. It just feels so good. So good. All right, other side. Turn your your wrist. Circle your wrist. Perfect. All right. Well, that's my 20 minutes with you. I just want to encourage you to keep moving, keep going. I want to share with you that my mother is a breast cancer survivor. She was diagnosed at 67 with cancer in her breast, had a mastectomy, both both breasts removed, and she is 84 today. She is a survivor and she's thriving, and she never let it get her down. There were days that she needed support, and she created a community around her. My father is still with her, so he was like her rock. But if you don't have that significant other that lives in your home with you, call upon a friend, call upon somebody who you can count on, that just, hey, and I'm telling you, your friends want to show up for you. So I encourage you to find somebody and just be vulnerable and say, hey, I need you. I need a friend. I need help. It's okay. But you're beautiful. You're wonderful. We are women and we are phenomenal, right? We were made to do great things. Fix your crown, wear it tall. I'm always here for you. If you need me, you can find me on social media. And if you also need me, you can also find me through the DNA company. Here for you always. And I believe in you. Make it a great day. And let's get moving, right? Let's get back in shape. Have a great day.
Hello, audience. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed a little bit of that sweat. Next up, we have a renowned integrative oncologist who is going to be speaking with us on everything we've been told about breast cancer, potentially being wrong, sifting through that. After that talk, I want you to know that we will be giving away both a DNA Breast 360 as well as some C60 products, so stay tuned. But with no further ado, let me introduce our speaker. Dr. Jen Simmons is an integrative oncologist, breast surgeon, author, podcast host, and the founder of Perfection Imaging. She began her career in Philadelphia as Philadelphia's first fellowship-trained breast surgeon and spent 17 years as the top breast surgeon in Philadelphia. Her own illness led her to the discovery of functional medicine. She has been captivated by the concept of creating health rather than suppressing symptoms. And so she left traditional medicine in 2019 and founded Real Health MD to support all women in their breast cancer journeys towards true healing. She is a friend of the DNA company, someone I admire, and I'm really looking forward to this conversation today. Dr. Simmons, if I can ask you to come to the stage. Bonjour.
Hi there.
Hi, looking forward to this. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Well, thank you. It's so nice to see you.
You as well, you as well. With no further ado, I'm going to let you jump into it.
Okay, amazing. So just waiting for my slide deck to come up. And, little controversial, but having been in the breast cancer space for many, many years, I have learned a lot of things that I was taught that I wholly believed to be true were true, and found out far down in my career they weren't. And so I just want to examine some of those things with all of you today, because what if everything we've been told about breast cancer is wrong? So next slide. We are today going to debunk the mammogram myth and look at the estrogen blame game. Next slide. I do have some disclosures. I am the owner and operator of an imaging center called Perfection Imaging, and an investor in QT Industries, which is the company who manufactures the QT ultrasound machine. I also, Namita Labs, who makes the ARIA Tears test, is the sponsor of my podcast, Keeping Abreast with Dr. Jen. Next slide. So we do have some learning objectives today, because after today, I want you to understand the concept of overdiagnosis and overtreatment in breast cancer and appreciate the underdiscussed and underrecognized consequences of breast cancer survivorship. And we're going to talk about emerging evidence and guidelines on HRT, especially in the breast cancer population. Next slide. So, I do not come to the breast cancer world randomly. Uh, Growing up, I had a first cousin. Her name was Linda Creed. She was a singer-songwriter in the 1970s and 1980s. Beautiful, brilliant, larger than life. And she was my hero. She wrote 54 hits in all, but by far and away, her most famous song and Whitney Houston's greatest hit of all time was The Greatest Love of All. And she wrote that song in 1977, but it actually received its acclaim when Whitney would release that song to the world. And at that time, it would spend 14 weeks at the top of the charts. Only my cousin Linda would never know, because Linda died of metastatic breast cancer just 1 month after Whitney released that song. I was 16 years old and my hero died. Her life and ultimately her death gave birth to my life's purpose, because I never wanted another woman, another family, another community to have to suffer the way that mine suffered. And so I did the only thing I knew how to do. I became a doctor, the first doctor in my family. I became a surgeon, the first fellowship trained breast surgeon in Philadelphia, the first oncoplastic surgeon in Pennsylvania. And I did that really well and for a really long time. And when I finished my training in 2003, I was trained by the pioneer of breast surgery in the world. And this was a gentleman who ran an international think tank with regard to breast cancer. And if we could get the next slide. And in 2003, in my fellowship, he taught me 3 things. He taught me that hormones cause breast cancer. He taught me that the only people that should take hormones are those who absolutely, positively cannot live without them. And if you were to take hormones, you should take the smallest dose for the shortest duration of time. And this is how I entered my career. In 2003, when entering my career, I believed this to be true. And this is how I operated, no pun intended, through the vast majority of my career. Next slide. So the reason that he taught me this is because this is the same time when the Women's Health Initiative results were released. That this was the largest study on hormone replacement that ever was and ever will be. And this study was halted early. It was halted based on the release of this information that hormones caused breast cancer. So a little bit about this study. This was an NIH study, a randomized controlled trial in 1991. There were 161,000 participants, women aged 50 to 79, and the trial ran from 1993 to 1998 from 40 clinical centers around the US. And there were actually 3 arms to the trial. There was the hormone therapy trial, where they were testing either estrogen and progestins, not progesterone, but a synthetic form of progestin, or estrogen alone in women who did not have a uterus. And they were looking for the effects on heart disease, fractures, and breast cancer. There was also dietary modification arm and a calcium and vitamin D arm. Next slide. And the primary goals of this trial were to assess whether or not hormone therapy, dietary changes, or supplements could reduce heart disease, fractures, and cancers, especially breast and colorectal cancer. So the trial interventions lasted for 7 to 9 years. And we are still tracking long-term follow-up from this trial. Next slide. So there were some early key findings, and one of them, and probably the most impactful of them, were that the trial early on in 2002 concluded that combined estrogen and progestin therapy increased the risk of breast cancer, heart disease, stroke, and blood clots, but reduced fracture risk, and that estrogen alone actually reduced fracture risk but was neutral on heart disease. And low fat diet had a moderate reduction in breast cancer. And calcium and vitamin D modestly improved bone density but had limited effect on fractures. Next slide. But the shocking part was that because of the findings in the hormone therapy arm, specifically the combined estrogen plus progestins arm, even though the results were not statistically significant, the news that hormones increased breast cancer risk was the only thing heard and heard around the world. And it amplified fear and superlatives and absolutes around hormone therapy that were frankly inappropriate. And the effects last even till today, where millions of women are still today being deprived of hormone therapy. And there have been 2 decades of medical professionals who are hormone illiterate, and hundreds of thousands of premature deaths, and countless suffering is occurring still today because of it. Next slide. So after the Women's Health Initiative release, after this press release, 50% of women stopped using their hormones overnight. By 2012, that number had plummeted to fewer than 2 million women using hormone replacement. And again, that suffering continues today as the misinformation is still hanging on. Next slide. So I, again, for the majority of my career, was operating under the impression that hormones caused breast cancer. Here I am from a breast cancer family with every woman in my family getting breast cancer. And in my practice, I practiced long enough for my aunt to be diagnosed, for my mother to be diagnosed, for me to get my own diagnosis, and then I don't go quietly into my own good night. Next slide. So I go from what I perceive to be my normal, high functioning self to I have dizziness and difficulty reading with vision changes, palpitations. I'm easily angered. I'm agitated, frustrated. I have insomnia, bouts of severe sadness. I gain weight, especially around my middle. I have muscle loss, joint pain, dry skin, dry hair, dry everything, a complete loss of libido. Sex became unwanted and painful. My marriage was suffering. My relationship with my children was suffering. I mean, I was literally coming apart at the seams. Next slide. And we can just skip to the next slide. This was all culminating at the time when I was running my first Beyond the Cancer Summit. So I have 50 of the world's experts on breast cancer, and one of them is my dear friend, Dr. Deb Matthew. And Dr. Deb Matthew comes on, and I had not heard her speak about this before, but she was doing a complete review of the Women's Health Initiative. And essentially, what I had learned in my hour interview with her was that everything that they found in the Women's Health Initiative was exaggerated, falsified, it was manipulated. The data was completely manipulated to come to this conclusion that hormones cause breast cancer. But in fact, when we drill down and look at the information, the estrogen alone arm of that study actually showed a great protection with regard to breast cancer. And there was more information to be gleaned from that study that I had never heard before. So for me, as I'm going through this period in my life where I am really suffering greatly and it is affecting me in every aspect of my life, but I'm still of that mindset because I hadn't unrung the bell that hormones cause breast cancer, because this is what I learned 20 years ago in my career. And at the end of my talk with her, can I have this next slide with, please? I'm telling her about everything that's going on with me. And she's saying, Jen, you need hormone replacement. And I said, but hormones cause breast cancer. And she said, listen, play back what I spoke to you about, because just because we've been told this time and time and time again, it's just a really loud voice screaming an untruth. And the data, in fact, shows otherwise. Next slide. So once I learned this, once I was able to see this, it gave me a completely new perspective and a new mission. So I talk about this woman who has been treated for breast cancer. And when you're in treatment, it's a very busy time. When you get diagnosed, there's lots of appointments to go to. When you're in treatment, there's lots of treatments to go to. And everyone is calling you and how can I help and can I drive you to your treatment? And there's a lot of noise and a lot of activity and a lot of busyness and a lot of goings on. And you finish treatment and it's the quiet after the storm. And this is a very frightening time for women, because when all of this noise is going on and when you're very active in your treatment, it feels like you're doing something. And when that ends and you're in that quiet and you don't actively feel like you're participating, this is a frightening time for women. And we tell women they should be grateful to be alive, and they are grateful. Next slide, please. Next slide. But it is very hard to feel grateful when you can't sleep and you can't think and you can't remember names and words and you have brain fog and anxiety and depression and you're afraid and you lack confidence, you've gained weight, you have gas, bloating, heartburn, you feel and look deformed, you have palpitations, you feel exhausted, you have dry skin, dry hair, dry nails, dry everything, no libido, frequent urinary tract infections or frequent yeast infections, you're leaking urine, sex is unwanted and painful, your relationship is suffering or absent. It is hard to feel grateful when all of that is happening. Next slide, please. And yet, this is where we are leaving most women after breast cancer treatment. Because if the treatment itself doesn't put you in menopause, then, or if you're already in menopause, all of the treatments for breast cancer will exaggerate the symptoms of menopause in addition to the other damage that they do. So fatigue, diarrhea, lymphedema, breathing problems, loss of appetite, taste changes, cognitive dysfunction, skin changes, hair loss, premature menopause, poor immunity, neuropathy, heart problems, osteoporosis, breast deformity, low libido, depression, hot flashes, sleep disturbance, mood disturbance, joint and muscle pain. These are the side effects of breast cancer treatment. And this is how we are leaving most women after breast cancer treatment. And we are abandoning them there because all the other treatments, symptom resolution that we are giving to other women in the menopause space, these are not available to women in the breast cancer space. Women in the breast cancer space are being deprived of the same advantages that everyone else has access to. Next slide, please. So when other people have menopausal symptoms, and you will recognize a lot of the symptoms of menopause are the same as the symptoms of breast cancer treatment, when women without a history of breast cancer present with menopausal symptoms, they are being given options that are simply not available to the breast cancer population. Next slide, please. And we are not talking about a small number of women. There are over 4 million breast cancer survivors just in the United States alone today. And most women, especially women who get a diagnosis of early breast cancer, will survive that breast cancer for many, many years. And we have to actively think how we are leaving these women, because if we are not leaving them with a life worth living, we have to really think about that and think about how we're serving them. Next slide, please. Because we think about breast cancer survivorship like this: bright, smiling, glowing faces, the appearance of someone who has conquered something and lived gloriously on the other side of it. But that's not what's happening. Next slide, please. Most women who survive breast cancer are really battling on the other side of it. And mostly they're battling the severe symptoms of menopause. Next slide, please. Now, I think that we have to, when we consider this and consider how we're leaving women after breast cancer treatment, we have to consider, why is there so much breast cancer? Because we are talking about an enormous population of women. Next slide, please. And breast cancer is without question an epidemic. Next slide, please. But we have to think about our role in causing this epidemic. Now, of course, breast cancer is a metabolic disease. Of course, breast cancer is an environmental disease. And to some extent, our current society, our current practices are contributing to that. We are not living on our grandmother's earth. We're not even living on our mother's earth. And the earth that we are living on now is exponentially more toxic than anything that we have ever seen before. So some of what's happening, some of the breast cancers are attributable to the toxicity of our lives, without question. Next slide, please. However, we also have to take into account breast cancer screening and its role in creating the breast cancer patient. Next slide, please. So to do that, we have to go back to the 1970s. Next slide, please. And the birth of our mammographic screening program. Now, the screening theory is that if you catch a breast cancer early, you will both save lives and save breasts. And so increasing detection of early cancers should lead to a fall in incidence in late cancer, and discovering more cancers in situ before they become invasive should lead to less invasive cancers. And smaller cancers, finding cancers when they're smaller, should lead to fewer mastectomies and fewer node positive cases, which should mean more node negative cases, and lower mortality from breast cancer. And all of this is logical. It just doesn't happen to be true. Next slide, please. The mammographic screening program is based on this foundational understanding that breast cancer growth is both linear and predictable, meaning that a tumor will start off as something really small, and grow in a linear fashion. So maybe as atypia that then becomes DCIS, that then becomes invasive, that then becomes node positive, that then becomes metastatic. And if you can find it earlier along this linear growth spectrum, that you will be able to save lives and save breasts. So it was built on this understanding that finding small tumors will decrease the amount and severity of treatment, and therefore mammogram will save lives and save breasts. And again, it's a lovely theory. It's a logical theory. It just doesn't happen to be true. Next slide, please. Breast cancer growth is neither linear nor predictable. So there are some cancers that being linear and predictable is true for. It's true for cervical cancer. It's true for colon cancer, but it is not true for breast cancer. And breast cancer is what it is from the very beginning. And breast cancer does not have an obligate progression. So some DCIS will remain as DCIS. Some DCIS will regress. Some invasive breast cancer start off as just that. They were never DCIS. They just start off as invasive cancers. Some cancers start off metastatic, and sometimes we never find the primary, and everything in between. So that whole theory about breast cancer being linear and predictable is just built on sand. Next slide, please. And so if breast cancer is not growing in a linear and predictable pattern, then mammogram cannot accomplish what we were told it was set out to accomplish. But there are many biases that are associated with screening that give screening the appearance of saving lives, even though it doesn't save lives. So I'm going to show you some of those biases, but we're going to talk about lead time bias, length bias, and attendance bias, in that when the mammographic screening studies were done, it was done on people invited to screen versus people who were not invited to screen. But in general, the people that screened are the healthier people. And it's not like they took the whole population and then said, okay, we're going to divide you in half and screen these and not screen these. It was an invitation to screen. And the people that accepted that invitation are generally healthier to start. So there was a bias from the start. Next slide. And then there is lead time bias. So it gives the appearance of survival. So if you have someone and you screen her and you diagnose her breast cancer at 45 because you picked it up on screening, and then you have another woman who she found her cancer herself at 55 and they both die at 60, you will have said that the woman who was diagnosed at 55 but died at 60 did not survive her disease because she only lived 5 years. But the woman at 45 is said to have survived her disease. But if she died at 60, did she really survive her disease? Or did she just live longer with the knowledge that she had disease? Because in fact, that's all that mammogram is doing. Mammogram is not saving lives, but it is allowing women to live longer with the knowledge that they have disease. Next slide. So this is just another demonstration of what I talked about before, where we assume that breast cancer will proceed in this logical and linear model of DCIS to invasive cancer that's node negative to invasive cancer that's node positive. Next slide, please. But DCIS can regress and go away. Next slide. Or it can just remain DCIS and not progress. Or it can become invasive cancer. Next slide, please. Or it can just go on to become node positive cancer, or it can just go on to present as metastatic cancer. And there is no predictable way of knowing because it is not a linear progressive disease. Next slide. And so when we look at the data that actually allowed our mammographic screening program to be founded on, and the data behind mammography leads to a 20% reduction in breast cancer, is all based on this slide, where we look at women that screen compared to women that don't screen. So when we look at 1,000 women screening over 10 years, in the group that screens, 5 will die of breast cancer. In the group that screens, 4 will die of breast cancer, as compared to the group that doesn't screen, 5 will die of breast cancer. And so 5 is 20% more than 4. And that's where the data came from and where everyone founded their mammographic screening program off of this data. However, when you look at the overall findings of these studies, the same exact number of women die of breast cancer in both groups. So mammogram does not decrease your risk of dying of cancer. And it only reduces your risk of dying of breast cancer in this study by a difference of 1 woman in 1,000. However, if you screen using mammogram, you will also cause an extra 100 women to undergo unnecessary biopsies and unnecessary treatments. And 5 of those women will unnecessarily be diagnosed with breast cancer. Women who they have findings on mammogram that lead to them being diagnosed, but they would have never developed clinical disease. Next slide. Meaning that the cancer would have never affected them in their lifetime. So again, this is just another way to look at this data. In 1,000 women who did not screen, 5 of those died of breast cancer, as compared to the women that screened, 4 died of breast cancer. But 22 women in each group died of cancer, so it does not reduce your risk of dying of cancer. And in the group that screened, an additional 100 women had false positives and had to undergo additional testing and biopsy. And then 5 of them were diagnosed unnecessarily and underwent partial or complete removal of the breast unnecessarily. Next slide. So the mathematical calculation of overdiagnosis based on this, for every 1,000 women screened over 10 years, 5 breast cancers were overdiagnosed, 15 were diagnosed in total, meaning that 5 of 15 were overdiagnosed, or 33% of breast cancer detected by screening represents overdiagnosed women. Next slide. So breast cancer, 33% of breast cancers detected by screening are overdiagnosed, meaning that these women would have never developed the disease of breast cancer in their lifetime. And because they were detected microscopically, they underwent treatment for breast cancer unnecessarily. This is what it means by overdiagnosis and overtreatment. Next slide. So I just want you to look at the cumulative risk of dying of breast cancer over a woman's lifetime, comparing the population that screens to the population that does not screen. The red line is the population that does not screen. The green line is the population that screens. And I challenge you to find the difference between them because it is absolutely indistinguishable. There is no survival benefit to screening with mammogram. Next slide. So this is data from the National Breast Cancer Coalition, and it states that the widespread adoption of screening mammography has led to an increase in the incidence of DCIS or ductal carcinoma in situ. However, screening has not resulted in a decrease in the rate of lethal disease, so stage 4 metastatic disease at diagnosis. An overdiagnosis of breast cancer, in other words, cancer that would have never become a problem, is estimated to occur in 22 to 30% of all screen detected breast cancers. Next slide. So we know that mammogram is not saving lives, but is it saving breasts? Because I would argue that even if it's not saving lives, if mammogram is saving breasts, I think that that is a worthwhile endeavor. Next slide. So let's look at the data. And as we look at the data and follow the cases of DCIS or ductal carcinoma in situ, as they continue to rise because we're looking harder and harder for these cases, so too does the number of mastectomies. And it follows as a directly linear mirror of the number of DCIS cases. So as we use more and more mammogram and detect more and more disease from mammogram, so too does the number of mastectomies increase. And mammographic screening has not resulted in a decrease in mastectomy. In fact, it has led to a 20% increase in mastectomy. So the more mammograms we do, the higher the mastectomy rate. Next slide. And here are just a few papers highlighting concerns about overdiagnosis and an increase in mastectomy. And the side effect of mammographic screening is an increase in mastectomy rate by 20%. So it's important to note that no matter how many mammograms we do every year, the same exact number of women die of breast cancer every year. No matter how many mammograms we do every year, the same exact number of women will present with aggressive disease. And mammogram has not positively impacted survival or has resulted in a decrease in the amount and severity of treatment. It has only increased the amount and severity of treatment. Next slide, please. So screening is really good at catching good cancers, but it has absolutely no effect at catching bad cancers. And finding a bad cancer when it's small does not increase survival. Next slide. So why is overdiagnosis a problem? What is the problem with finding these subclinical cancers? Next slide. Well, it's because treatment for breast cancer is not benign. So when we look at cardiovascular mortality and we compare breast cancer survivors to the general population, if you are treated for breast cancer, you have a 9% increase risk of cardiovascular death in less than 5 years from the time of your treatment. You have a 21% increase in heart failure within 10 years from your treatment. You have a 13% increase in incidence of atrial fibrillation within 3 years of your treatment. And overall, there is a 65% increase in cardiovascular mortality, death from cardiovascular disease, 8 years post-treatment than for women not treated for breast cancer. These are staggering numbers. So when you treat a woman for breast cancer, you significantly increase her risk of cardiovascular disease. And lest we forget, cardiovascular disease is by far and away exponentially the number one threat to a woman's life, including a woman with breast cancer. Next slide. This is a huge problem. Heart disease in the breast cancer population is a huge problem. Brain disease, neurodegenerative disease as a result of breast cancer treatment is a huge problem. Bone disease, osteoarthritis, osteoporosis, fractures. These are huge problems in the breast cancer population post-treatment. And lest we forget, the same number of women that die of breast cancer every year die of a complication of a fracture. So we have to be very aware of the diseases that we are making people more vulnerable to in the act of treating a breast cancer. Now, I am not saying that breast cancer is not an issue. It is. I am not saying that breast cancer isn't a horrible disease. It is. But if breast cancer treatment increases the risk of heart disease, brain disease, and bone disease, and we are overdiagnosing breast cancer at least 20% of the time, meaning that at least 20% of the time, a woman is treated for breast cancer that doesn't need to be treated, and we are leaving them with all the symptoms that we spoke about before and increasing their risk of heart disease, brain disease, and bone disease, we are doing something wrong, and we need to fix it. Next slide. I am not the only one that feels this way. I am not unique in my position here. It is time to abandon mammography. And the former chief medical officer of the American Cancer Society, Dr. Otis Brawley, recognizes the need for accepting the limitations of mammographic screening. Acknowledging the existence of breast cancer overdiagnosis challenges the value of screening. It means that the benefits of breast screening have been overstated and that some women who have been cured were harmed because they received unnecessary treatment. Next slide. Again, I am not saying that no one needs to be treated for breast cancer. Of course, if you have significant tumor burden, if you have clinical disease, disease that can be felt, lymph node disease, this needs treatment. And sometimes that treatment means surgery, chemotherapy, radiation. Absolutely. If you need treatment, you should have everything that our system has to offer. Because if your proverbial sink is overflowing, you need to mop up the floor. And surgery and chemo and radiation, these are ways to mop up the floor. But from my perspective, the far more important thing is turning off that faucet. What is causing your proverbial sink to overflow? Because we are not talking about that in the context of conventional medicine. It's why I left, because I was not helping anyone get to the root cause. Yes, I was delaying the progression of their disease, but I wasn't making anyone healthier. I wasn't changing the overall trajectory of their lives. And when all we do is intervene with surgery and radiation and chemotherapy, we are not changing the overall trajectory of your life. And what is stopping that cancer from coming back if you don't get to the reason why it was there in the first place? Or what is stopping the next presentation of that inflammation? What is stopping the heart disease from developing, or the osteoarthritis, or the osteoporosis, or the dementia, or the Alzheimer's? Nothing. Nothing is stopping it. So we have to thoughtfully approach the woman with breast cancer and ask, not only what do you need right now to get through this period of time, but what do we need to do to make you healthy? What do we need to do to restore your health? What do you have that you don't need? What do you need that you don't have? And help this woman to restore her health and recover the balance and get rid of the imbalance that led to this state. Next slide. Because how we leave women after breast cancer treatment matters. And we cannot leave this woman who can't sleep and can't think and can't remember names and words. And she has brain fog and anxiety and depression, and she's scared. She lacks confidence in herself, in her body, in her health. She's gained weight. She has digestive issues. She feels and looks deformed. She has palpitations and she's tired. She has dry skin, hair, nails, everything. No libido, frequent urinary tract infections, yeast infections. She's leaking urine. Sex is unwanted and painful. Her relationship is suffering or absent. How we leave these women after treatment matters. Next slide. But hormones cause breast cancer, right? How can we help these women? Next slide. Well, we all need to remember that association is not causation. Next slide. And for every complex problem, there is an answer that is clear and simple and wrong. Next slide. The myth that estrogen causes breast cancer is pervasive, and I understand. I understand because it is something that seems very simple and logical, and yet it's wrong. Next slide. Now, where did this myth come from? Well, pre-2002, it didn't exist. And prior to the Women's Health Initiative, 6 million women were happily using hormone replacement to manage their menopausal symptoms. Next slide. And it's very hard to unring a bell. Next slide. But I can't help wonder, what was the purpose of the Women's Health Initiative initial conclusions, and why were they so intent on convincing us that our hormones are bad? Why were they so intent in taking away women's hormones and vilifying estrogen? Next slide. This is actually a quote from Dr. Ross Prentice, who was one of the principal investigators of the Women's Health Initiative. And he said, it's time to end the runaway train of hormone replacement therapy. The risks simply outweigh the benefits. Next slide. And if estrogen causes breast cancer, it leads to the opportunity and opens up a narrative for breast cancer treatment, depleting estrogen, that leads to a host of other conditions. Because if we deplete estrogen, then there are a lot of downstream symptoms that come as a result. Next slide. So, what was the purpose of this myth? Well, I don't know if any of you remember that commercial for Apple, but we've got an app for that. Well, next slide. If you are estrogen depleted, then you may very well be depressed, or you can't sleep, or you're anxious, or you have heartburn, reflux, palpitations, you have blood sugar issues, weight gain, hot flashes, your lipids are suddenly rising, you have bone density lost, yeast infections, urinary tract infections, painful sex, leaking urine, you're forgetting your words, you're dizzy. Next slide. Well, no problem, because we've got a drug for that. We've got antidepressants. We have sleep medications. We have anxiety medications. We have proton pump inhibitors. We have acid blockers, beta blockers. We have drugs for weight management. We have drugs for blood sugar management. We have bisphosphonates, antibiotics. We have antifungals, statins, vaginal lubricants, moisturizers. We have drugs for memory support. We've got a drug for that. Next slide. So the myth that estrogen causes breast cancer is logical. It's reasonable, and it's mostly highly profitable. And if you believe that estrogen causes breast cancer, you at the same time have to believe that women were put on this earth for the purposes of developing breast cancer. It simply cannot be true. Next slide. Now, many people use the argument that there are hormone receptors, estrogen and progesterone receptors on the majority of breast cancer cells, and therefore estrogen is part of causing breast cancer and propagating breast cancer. But when we look at normal breast cells, they also have estrogen and progesterone receptors on it. So the fact that 70% or 80% of breast cancers are hormone positive, that just means that they have maintained some of their normal cell signaling. Next slide. And when we look specifically at these receptors have their own unique functions. So there's the ER alpha receptor and ER beta receptor. And the ER alpha receptor is one that drives cellular growth and proliferation, and it is primarily activated by estradiol, which is the premenopausal abundant estrogen. And this is the target. The ER alpha receptor on the breast cells is the target for xenoestrogens, these environmental estrogens like plastics, BPA, BPB, BPC, paraffins, things like fragrance and antimicrobials, antibiotics, pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, any plasticizers, anything that makes things flame retardant, the non-coating on your cookware, anything that is a repellent. This is a xenoestrogen, and this is the target of the ER alpha receptor. So this is the connection between all of those things and breast cancer, because they will serve to overstimulate that cell. And this is actually the action point for tamoxifen, in that it blocks that ER alpha receptor in an attempt to decrease proliferation of that cell. And conversely, there is the ER beta receptor. So ER beta balances ER alpha. It reduces cell proliferation. It may protect against breast cancer. It's primarily activated by estriol, which is a much weaker estrogen that is more abundant in the postmenopausal woman. And it is the target for phytoestrogens. So when we talk about plant estrogens or phytoestrogens, and people saying, oh, I don't eat soy because it's estrogenic, or I don't eat flax because it's estrogenic, those plant estrogens are acting on the ER beta receptor. And this is why they're protective. And this is why we see populations that are consuming high amounts of phytoestrogens and they have less breast cancer. This is why. This is how they're protective, because they're acting on that ER beta receptor, that estrogen beta receptor that reduces cellular growth and protects against breast cancer. Next slide. And there are a number of agents that we know that can, natural agents that we know that can target both the ER alpha and the ER beta receptors, making them protective against breast cancer. So things like curcumin from turmeric, resveratrol, genistein, EGCG, all of these these compounds, these natural compounds, are protective. Next slide. And so in my practice, I am focused on people consuming these phytoestrogens, these plant estrogens. So all of these are acting on the ER alpha receptor and blocking it from being overstimulated. So things like apigenin, which you find in parsley and celery and chamomile, luteolin in thyme, celery, green peppers, artichoke, resveratrol found in grapes and peanuts, although I don't recommend consuming either one of those crops because they are highly adulterated. Sulforaphane found in broccoli sprouts and kale and Brussels sprouts. EGCG, which is green tea extract. So I have every one of my patients drinking 4 cups of green tea every day, or matcha tea, which is the ground green tea leaves, turmeric root, Chinese skullcap root, and genistein, which is found in soy. Next slide. But estrogen does not cause breast cancer. It has a physiologic role for sure, but it is not carcinogenic. It is essential for normal female physiology, for reproduction, for bone health, brain health, cardiovascular health, metabolic health, and it does not have any direct mutagenic activity. It does not damage DNA like a carcinogen, like tobacco or radiation. And there is an epidemiological paradox with estrogen in that the highest levels of estrogen occur in young women, women who are lean and healthy, women who are pregnant. And these are the populations that we see the least breast cancer in. And in fact, most breast cancer is seen in women who are postmenopausal, whose estrogen levels are barely measurable, barely. And the more estrogen you lose, the higher your risk is of developing breast cancer. It's the low estrogen states, the postmenopausal state, that increases your risk of metabolic disease, of inflammation, of DNA damage that predispose you to breast cancer. And the Women's Health Initiative and other trials have shown that in women with hysterectomy who receive estrogen therapy, they have a reduced incidence of breast cancer. Estrogen alone is protective, and estrogen is a regulator. It promotes normal cell turnover and differentiation, and dysregulated growth arises from other derangements, not estrogen. Next slide. So the myth that estrogen causes breast cancer is not supported. Estrogen has to do with normal physiology and cell differentiation. And more estrogen equals a higher breast cancer risk is also not true. And breast cancer risk is highest after menopause when estrogen levels are very low. And hormone therapy increases breast cancer risk is only true if that hormone therapy includes a progestin, not progesterone, a progestin, which is a synthetic compound, which is known to be carcinogenic, cancer causing. And blocking estrogen is always protective. Well, blocking estrogen increases inflammation, increases DNA damage, and increases metabolic dysfunction, all of the states that promote cancer. Next slide. So the bottom line is that there has never been a study that shows that estrogen alone for replacement in any form increases breast cancer incidence, mortality, or all-cause mortality. Next slide. Breast cancer is a disease of hormone deficiency. not a disease of hormone excess, a disease of hormone deficiency. Next slide. And when we look at the distribution of breast cancer, 75% of breast cancer is seen in the postmenopausal population, and 25%, only 25%, is seen in the premenopausal population. And when we look at hormone levels, specifically when we look at progesterone levels, which is one of our hormones that is protective against breast cancer, when we look at progesterone levels over the last 10 years, they are starting to plummet in the premenopausal population, which I believe is one of the major explanations with why we are seeing more breast cancer in younger women, along with increased toxicity. Because when we lose our hormone protection, we are more susceptible to toxins. Next slide. And I just want to put out some data that comes out of Dr. Rebecca Glazer's lab in, I think she's either in Columbus, Ohio or Akron, Ohio, where she is using testosterone as both preventative and treatment for breast cancer. So again, we need to relearn and rethink everything that we thought to be true about breast cancer, because it is not a disease of hormone excess. It is a disease of hormone deficiency. Next slide. And just to point out her data and what she learned from following 1,267 women who received testosterone treatment. Next slide. That the incidence of breast cancer in her population was 40% lower than the national average. So in the population of women who she treated with hormone replacement, there was a 47% decreased incidence of breast cancer in that population. And she has also published her 20-year data of using testosterone to reverse breast cancer. Next slide. Next slide. So her 15-year data, again, just emphasizes that there is a decreased incidence of breast cancer in women who used testosterone as hormone replacement. Next slide. Next slide. So I just want to show you the real data that came out of the Women's Health Initiative, because when you look at the women, not the women that took the progestin, but the women that took estrogen alone, and you compare them to the placebo group that did not have hormone replacement, the annualized incidence of breast cancer in the estrogen treated group was 0.3 as compared to the placebo group, which was 0.37. So that equates to 238 cases of breast cancer in the estrogen group, as opposed to 296 cases in the placebo group. So, and looking at breast cancer mortality, there was a breast cancer mortality rate of 0.031% in the estrogen treated group, as opposed to 0.046% in the placebo group. So 30 deaths in the estrogen treated group as compared to 46 deaths in the placebo group. We cannot deny this information, that estrogen is not causative of breast cancer. Estrogen is not only protective against breast cancer, but it is also protective against dying from breast cancer. Next slide. In summary, the estrogen alone arm had lower breast cancer incidence and lower breast cancer mortality compared to the placebo in the Women's Health Initiative long-term follow-up. Next slide. So I want to talk about the role of hormone replacement both before and after breast cancer. Next slide. Why do we need hormones? Well, I don't have time to get into that today, but there are 3 wonderful books that I recommend everyone read. Estrogen Matters by Avram Blooming, Safe Hormones, Smart Women by Dr. Lindsay Berkson, and Happy Healthy Hormones by Dr. David Rosensweet. And they really dial into why women need hormones. They dial into the safety of hormones, and they also dial into the safety of hormones in the context of breast cancer. Because if you are working with a hormone literate provider, this can be safely done. Women do not need to suffer. Next slide. So the question is, are hormones safe? And it has been clearly shown that in the estrogen alone arm, there is lower breast cancer incidence and mortality compared to placebo. And this was found in multiple studies, not just the Women's Health Initiative. And the only population that saw an increased risk of breast cancer is the population of women that also took a progestin. And this is what has been demonstrated in multiple studies. The question as to why we even use progestins in studies is an interesting one, but that's for another day. Next slide. Now, what about bioidentical hormones? Because I've been very critical of progestins, and I've told you that progesterone, our bioidentical hormone, the hormone that we circulate in the body that is available in the same chemical structure. Well, when we talk about bioidentical hormones, the different estrogens, estradiol, estriol, estrone, progesterone, testosterone, DHEA. When we talk about these bioidentical hormones, there is no increased risk of breast cancer associated with them. There is also no increased risk of blood clots or stroke. They protect the heart, they protect the blood vessels, they protect the brain, they protect the bones, they protect your metabolism, they protect your immune system. Next slide. And there have been a number of studies showing that bioidentical hormones are very safe. Next slide. So the question remains, is hormone replacement safe after breast cancer? And this is really the question of the hour, because we know that they're safe in women who do not have a history of breast cancer. And yet, women after breast cancer are almost universally denied hormone replacement because they are thought to not be, even if they're safe in the general population, they are not believed or understood to be safe in the breast cancer population. Next slide. Well, there is lots of clinical evidence that suggests that women on hormone replacement have better outcomes when they're diagnosed with breast cancer as compared to those who were not on hormones at the time of their diagnosis. So women on hormone replacement who develop breast cancer, because let's face it, women who are on hormone replacement get diagnosed with breast cancer, but women who are not on hormone replacement get diagnosed with breast cancer. But the women who are on hormone replacement and get diagnosed with breast cancer have reduced aggressiveness of their tumors. They have lower mortality rates, and that even the Women's Health Initiative showed a reduced risk of breast cancer-related death in women who are on estrogen alone. And women who are on hormone replacement have been and develop breast cancer have been showed to have a lower risk of recurrence. So these findings all suggest that women on hormone replacement, it's maybe not only safe for women in terms of breast cancer risk, but also leads to better outcomes if breast cancer does develop. Next slide. So there are a number of studies that looked at hormone replacement after breast cancer. Next slide. And next slide. And of the 20 studies, and I have summarized these all for you, and I hope that you get a copy of my deck so that you can have this information if you want this information. Next slide. And not that the numbers are so big, but the interesting thing is that of these 20 studies, all of them had the same conclusion. Next slide. Of the 20 studies published between 1980 and 2008, only the HABIT trial found an increase in breast cancers amongst women after breast cancer taking HRT, and only if they were also taking tamoxifen. And tamoxifen is a synthetic estrogen and a known carcinogen. A known carcinogen. So I don't know what to make of that study, but if we pull that study out, which I think we're forced to do, and look at all the other studies, they all concluded the same thing, that there is no increased risk of recurrence, there is no increased risk of metastatic disease, and there is no increased risk of dying of breast cancer for women who use hormone replacement after their breast cancer diagnosis. Next slide. So if you are considering hormone replacement after breast cancer, this is what you need to know. Next slide. First things first, everyone with a breast cancer diagnosis, everyone gets a treatment plan. Next slide. And that treatment plan, of course, includes the obvious things. It includes surgery and chemo and radiation and maybe anti-hormonal treatment. You know, everyone gets this standard treatment plan. But the thing that everyone with a breast cancer diagnosis needs is a health plan. And we need to be sure, as practitioners who are caring for women with breast cancer, that we are providing that health plan for her, because that is the thing that she needs most. Again, I am not saying not to do conventional treatment. I do not tell people to not do conventional treatment. What I tell people to do, and I cover that in my book, The Smart Woman's Guide to Breast Cancer, is you consider what you need and you take what you need, and what everyone needs is different. And you have to constantly reassess, what do you need right now? And you need to work with someone who sees you, who hears you, and who understands and will work with you with what you need right now and dial into your intuition. But that has to include a health plan, because a health plan supports everything. So even if you're getting chemotherapy, there are ways to do things so that the chemotherapy is more effective and less harmful. If you're getting radiation, there are supplements that you should be taking to make sure that the radiation is minimally harmful against your normal cells. So there are always ways to make conventional treatment better. And you need to be working with someone who can help you dial into and tap into those ways. Next slide. So I have personal requirements for my patients that I am writing for their hormone replacement. And so they all need to be on a whole food, low glycemic, plant-based diet. This does not mean plant exclusive. Where you get your protein is where you get your protein. And a lot of that is determined by your genetics and how your body functions the best. And that is often determined by doing your genetics, by doing your DNA 360 and knowing how to nurture your nature. I also insist on alcohol abstinence because if your liver is busy detoxifying alcohol, it is not going to be able to break down the hormones that you're giving it, and you will get into trouble in terms of hormone levels and hormone breakdown products. So I insist on alcohol abstinence. I have everyone lifting weights twice a week because you have to support your muscle and maintain metabolic health. And so you have to maintain muscle mass in order to maintain metabolic health. You have to have detox practices. You have to be moving your bowels every day, drinking clean water, having a sweating practice, all of that. There is proper supplementation. Everybody needs some different support. I also have people on that whole list of alpha blockers that you saw before, either by food or by supplement. I'm making sure that people are cancer free. I'm doing breast and gynecological screening, and I'm doing genetic testing to make sure that we are creating the right environment for your health to flourish. Next slide. Are we stuck? Okay. I'm also going through the causes of breast cancer because, as I stated before, if we don't get to the root cause, if we don't ask the why, then what is stopping that cancer from coming back or from the development of the next manifestation of the imbalance or the inflammation? So I'm thinking about things like chronic inflammation from the diet, of processed foods, of sedentary lifestyle, of the effects of over-exercise, which is also inflammatory. Radiation exposures from repeated mammograms. The more mammograms you have in your life, the higher the likelihood is that you will be diagnosed with breast cancer. The more mammograms that you have in your life, the more likely it is that you're going to develop breast cancer. Also, x-rays in childhood, and we have to be very cognizant about what we are allowing our children to be exposed to. Chronic diseases like obesity and diabetes and thyroid disease, celiac disease, inflammatory bowel disease, MS, this all contributes to an increased risk of breast cancer. And many of these disease states, despite what we have been told, are reversible. Chronic infections like virus, fungus, mold, Lyme, yeast, parasites, bacteria, heavy metals, which are in our drinking water or dental amalgams in your mouth or found in food or cosmetics, chemical exposures, plasticides, pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, preservatives, phthalates, xenoestrogens, fragrance, all of these things. Chronic antibiotic use. And that is both the antibiotics that you take, the antibiotics that are in foods, the antibiotics that are in cosmetics and personal care products, chronic dental infections, cavitations. Anyone with a history of dental work should see a holistic dentist. Frequent toxin exposure, alcohol. We have this completely normalized alcohol, and it is probably the number one modifiable risk factor for breast cancer. Chronic constipation, being exposed to these toxins over and over and over again. If you're not getting rid of them outside of your body, they're just being reabsorbed. Insomnia, because sleep is where the healing happens. So chronic sleep deprivation, short sleepers, night shift work when you're sleeping, but you're not sleeping at the right time, also highly inflammatory. Being exposed to excessive EMFs, the electromagnetic field, unresolved trauma, chronic stress from a difficult relationship, a bad marriage, a horrible boss, being a caregiver to a sick parent, a spouse, partner, God forbid, a child, a divorce, a job loss, an unwanted move, oral contraceptive use because of the synthetic progesterone in there, because of the progestins, puts you at increased risk of breast cancer. So I'm talking to my patients about all of these things. We're trying to figure out, what is your why? What is interfering with your health? What do you have that you don't need? What do you need that you don't have? Next slide. There are some baseline labs that I do run on every one of my patients just to make sure that I am looking at all of the things and looking to make sure that their health is as optimal as I can get it before I start them on hormone replacement, because there is dysfunction just associated with hormone deprivation alone. Next slide. And remembering that hormones are the bow on top of the box. They are not everything. They're not the magic pill. They are the bow on top of the box, and the box is filled with all these foundational wellness things that I talk about. A whole food, plant-based, low glycemic, grain-free diet, getting movement every day, getting sunshine every day, minimizing your toxin exposure, having detoxification practices, making sure that you are prioritizing sleep, living in a real and connected and purpose-driven way, and having real tools in your toolbox to manage the stressors of life. So all of those pieces need to be put in place. And when they are, hormones can be the bow on top of the box. They can be that lifesaver that you need, but they are not everything. Next slide. I am monitoring everyone and making sure that they are staying safe. We're doing labs twice yearly. We're monitoring their hormone levels, and we are adjusting their hormone levels. Even when nothing else changes, people often need dose level adjustments every year. And they are undergoing continual breast cancer screening, surveillance, and gynecological screenings. Next slide. For some people, I am doing circulating tumor cell testing. I generally use cancer check labs, but others use the Signatera. I have not found that to be so valuable or reliable in my practice, but it is certainly an option. And I think that this is probably going to be the biggest growing field in tumor surveillance, is what we're going to do in the circulating tumor cell arena. Next slide. So for general breast cancer screening, not for recurrence, but for general breast cancer screening, what I am using is I am recommending a self-breast examination once a month if you're premenopausal. It is on day 7 of your cycle. If you're postmenopausal, it can be done anytime during the month. And I'm asking people to both look and feel. Everyone thinks their breasts are lumpy. All I'm asking is that you own your lumps. Get to know yourself. No one's ever going to know you better than you know yourself. And so just own your lumps and know what you feel like when it's normal, so that you can recognize when there's an abnormality. And if there is an abnormality, you're going to bring that to the attention of your provider. And then I'm using the ARIA Tears test, which is a real-time assessment of your breast cancer risk right now. It's measuring for 2 inflammatory proteins, the S100A8 and S100A9 proteins, and giving us an idea of what the risk is that you have breast cancer right now. This is not a genetic tool. This is not something that you do once in your life. You do this every single year. But again, this is for someone who has not been diagnosed with breast cancer. This test has not been validated in the breast cancer population. I don't know if it works or not for recurrence. The company, I believe, is that's the next phase of their investigation is, can this be used in this current state for recurrence, or does some tweaking need to be done in order to look for recurrence? But in any event, I am using this as part of primary screening. And then for imaging, I am either using the QT scan or an ultrasound. Next slide. Next slide. So the QT scan, for those of you who haven't heard of it, is uses sound waves transmitted through a warm water bath to create a true 3D reconstruction of the breast without pain, without compression, without contrast, and without radiation. So it is 100% safe. And as far as I'm concerned, this will completely reshape how we image breasts in the future, because it is 100% safe. And so there are no restrictions on who we can or how often we can image someone. And one of the features that I love about this that is not true of any other breast cancer imaging modality is that it has true volumetric measuring, in that it measures the true volume of a lesion. And so if we see something, we can bring someone back for a short interval study, 60 days, 90 days, and we can measure the volume, count the cells, and measure a doubling time. And by measuring a doubling time, we know that cancer has a doubling time of less than 100 days, and things that aren't cancer or aren't important have a greater doubling time. So we can know what needs a biopsy and what doesn't need a biopsy, what needs an intervention and what doesn't need an intervention. And by doing this, we can eliminate unnecessary biopsies, overdiagnosis, and overtreatment, which, as you know, is a priority for me in my career. Next slide. And when compared to the other modalities, QT has a sensitivity and a specificity of 91%, whereas mammogram has a sensitivity of 61% and a specificity of 71%. And what that means is that mammogram is only picking up cancer when you have cancer 61% of the time. So 39% of the time when you have cancer, mammogram will miss it. And its specificity, meaning that if you don't have cancer, will your study be negative? That's only happening 71% of the time, meaning that 29% of the time when you don't have cancer, the mammogram thinks you do. Next slide. So I want all of you to remember that health is a journey, not a destination, and that we are always and forever going to be working on our health. And this isn't about being perfect. It's just about being better and doing your best and doing the best that you can do. And remembering that health doesn't happen in a hospital. It doesn't happen in a doctor's office. Health happens at home with what you do every single day. You have so much more power than you think. So much more power than you think. And I just want you to dial into that power and take it with you on your journey. Next slide. Remember, at the end of the day, breast health is health. And the same things that you're going to be doing to have healthy breasts are going to give you a healthy brain, healthy heart, healthy gut, healthy breasts, healthy skin, healthy bones, healthy joint, healthy vagina, healthy bladder, healthy mood, healthy everything. Next slide. For anyone who is on a breast cancer journey and needs some support, or you're trying to prevent breast cancer, this is why I wrote my book, The Smart Woman's Guide to Breast Cancer. It has everything that you need for every step along your breast cancer journey, and it is especially important for prevention. Next slide. So anyone who is interested in the book, you can just scan that QR code by opening up your camera, and that will take you directly to the link to purchase my book, The Smart Woman's Guide to Breast Cancer. I don't know if you saw the testimonials on the last page, but it is truly life-changing. Next slide. And here is my contact information if you're looking to get in touch with me. Next slide. That's it.
There we are. Fanny, if you can bring me up on screen. Perfect. Hi, Dr. Simmons. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello. Thank you so very much for this conversation. I was very anticipatory of it in a good way, because I think you're getting into two different conversations that are important for our audience to hear and know, right? I think the first idea that you dug a lot into is this idea that cancer is shifting away from being this reactive condition where we throw an atomic bomb at it, now more into a space of a chronic disease where screening is absolutely vital, but we have to shift sometimes how we react to our screening, right? And I think also this other conversation of overdiagnosis, which is true in breast cancer and true across many other diagnoses.
Absolutely.
Because now that we have better access to imaging and more imaging, right? Something that we never had before, we're seeing things and we're like, does this matter or not? We don't know right now, right? So
Right.
for this conversation, because again, it opens up that nuance. And I think what's lacking right now, or at least what is difficult sometimes to come by, and one of our goals with SheSummits is having nuanced conversations where the answers aren't always clear cut in the general way, but can become very clear cut on the individual way once you're in front of that patient, once you know all the variables of that patient, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I want to call attention to that thing that you alluded to, the chronic disease. And also say that the harder we look for these diseases, the more we're going to find. So first of all, there was an autopsy study on women who did not die of breast cancer. They died of suicide, car crashes, drug overdoses, this kind of thing. And they did autopsy studies on these women, and they did serial sectioning through the breast tissue. And of these women who did not have any clinical evidence of breast cancer or knowledge that they had anything in their breast, 1 in 5 had microscopic evidence of breast cancer in their breast, meaning that we all have cancer cells in our body, everyone, from the very young to the very old, and everyone in between. And not everyone who has cancer cells in their body needs to be treated for breast cancer, needs to be treated for cancer, because our bodies are extremely intelligent, extremely resilient, and the vast majority of the time, your body will take care of it itself. And in finding these microscopic cancers that are what I call subclinical, they haven't presented yet, and grouping all of these people into the category of breast cancer patient and then treating them, we are actually causing a significant amount of disease. And just looking at the numbers, we diagnosed 300,000 women last year with breast cancer. If 20 to 30% of them were overdiagnosed, that means we treated 60 to 90,000 women last year for a disease that they never needed to be treated for. And breast cancer isn't the only disease state where this is happening. And if you read Overdiagnosed by Gilbert Welch, he talks about all the different disease states where this is happening, and it's happening for the purposes of profit. We continue to lower the entry point into where you should be treated. So it's happening in the lipid world where, a cholesterol of 260 or 290 used to be considered normal, right? And now we continue to lower that for the purposes of selling more statins. But we have to ask, does that save lives? Does putting more people on statins save lives? The answer is no. Spoiler alert. Does putting more people on statins decrease the risk of cardiovascular disease, of heart attack or stroke? The answer is also no. And so what have we accomplished by lowering that threshold? Well, it increases your risk of metabolic disease by 63%, meaning that you're 63% more likely to develop diabetes, of which we can put you on diabetes drugs. Right. So, and this is happening in the area of thyroid cancer. I mean, that's what happened to me. That this is how I became enlightened, is because I got my own diagnosis and was being told to have surgery and have radiation and be on lifelong medication. And I'm like, wait a second, why? Why is this happening? And it was the first time, despite the fact that I had said to women all day, every day, oh, it's just something that happens. But when that explanation came to me, I was like, no, it can't just be something that happens. God is not imperfect. God is perfect, and he created us perfectly. So there are lots of diseases: thyroid disease, hypertension, lipid abnormalities, prostate cancer, breast cancer, where we are just looking too hard and diagnosing people that don't need a diagnosis.
So I'm curious then, because a question I've seen from several times within the audience and is, in light of this, especially some of the statistics you presented around mammography, but then also some of the additional science that says, screening is actually helping in terms of catching cancer, and especially for certain conditions, catching it. I appreciate there's that timeline, and I think that's really important, but it leaves a lot of women confused. They're hearing two different things. Both things can, to an extent, be true, as we know them in science. What does this mean for the individual in terms of when they're creating a plan in order to be proactive and preventative, right? So I hear the commentary around lifestyle, but where does this leave this in terms of screening for the disease?
So if there were no other options for screening for breast cancer, it would be a different story. But now we have the ARIA tears test, we have QT, we have ultrasound. There's no reason to use mammography for screening. There's no reason. There is no benefit at all to screening for mammogram. The other thing that I think probably made people feel uncomfortable is, well, that ship has already sailed for me. I was already diagnosed. I was already treated. So what do I do now? Right? And now you say, okay, that's done, but what can I do today to build my health for tomorrow? And for many people, that's going to mean that you are asking your why and getting to the root of why you got breast cancer, but also adopting all of those foundational things to build your health for tomorrow. And maybe you need hormone replacement in order to get to homeostasis.
Yeah. So I'm hearing this idea of being very purposeful and specific around testing and working with a provider to know the health history that really indicates when you start and how you go about some of that. Because we all know, based on data, that's going to be a different plan for everyone, based on family history, based on how health has been tended in the past, right? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. The next question I have coming in from the audience is in regards to BHRT. So there are many people, I would imagine, on this webinar who feel they may be past the window for BHRT, right? In the sense of, well, I went through menopause and that's done, and I'm 80 now. Is this something I can consider? In your practice, when you're working with women around HRT protocols, is there anything, any age, any sort of grouping where you'd be like, absolutely not, you can't do this?
Yeah. So I love this question because so many women are like, oh, I sailed through menopause, no problem, right? I don't need hormone replacement. What women don't realize is that even if you don't have those side effects of hot flashes and that kind of thing. The changes that come along with estrogen deprivation are still happening. So the cardiovascular disease progression, the neurodegenerative disease progression, the osteoporosis, the bone loss, the joint degeneration, all of that is still happening, whether you are symptomatic from menopause or not. So there is always a benefit to hormone replacement. Does the benefit diminish the further you get away from menopause? Yes, probably. However, we still know that even women in their 80s, if they start to experience neurodegenerative decline, it can be improved with hormone replacement. And we also improve their cardiovascular status with hormone replacement. We also improve their gynecourinary status with hormone replacement. So the reason that we give hormone replacement, and this is not my line, this is Dr. David Rosensweet, so I want to give credit where credit is due, but we don't put women on hormone replacement to get them to premenopausal hormone levels. We don't do it for the purposes of restoring fertility or menstruation or anything like that. We put women on hormone replacement to keep them out of wheelchairs, nursing homes, and adult diapers. This is why we put women on hormone replacement, so that they can age with dignity, right? And at any stage along the way, we can improve quality of life with hormone replacement. So it doesn't matter if you're 50 or 60 or 70 or 80. It doesn't matter. We can improve your health at any stage along the way.
Well, I want to thank you for being here with us. And in particular, we've talked a lot about the DNA Breast 360, which is that tier test that we were talking about. And so really opening the doors to other sorts of testing, right, that can be incorporated into proactive planning and into response planning, right? You get that tier test and you find out you have some inflammation within breast, that shifts the care plan, right? And I'm hearing that within your practice.
Absolutely. And I really believe that this is going to dictate in the future who does and who does not need imaging. I think that this is going to be the primary way that we screen for breast cancer, because if you have a clinically negative breast test, so if you do the tier test and your sample comes back clinically negative, the likelihood with a normal breast exam that you have breast cancer is exceedingly low, and I think you're done screening at that point. And if you have a clinically significant result, that means that you do have the inflammatory precursors of breast cancer. And even if you don't have clinical evidence of breast cancer right now, if you do nothing within 6 months, 11% of those people will develop clinical breast cancer. So it is highly, highly correlated with breast cancer. So I believe that what this test gives you is opportunity. This is the true opportunity, not a mammographic screen catching something early and changing the trajectory, because we know it doesn't. But this is a true opportunity to prevent a diagnosis. Because if you can recognize that you have inflammation and do what you need to do to reverse that inflammation by all the things I talk about in my book, The Smart Woman's Guide to Breast Cancer, then you can actually prevent a diagnosis and reclaim the health that you so desire.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Simmons. We are so grateful that you've been here today to offer this nuanced conversation. I'm going to be turning the mic over now to Dr. Steady so she can introduce our next speaker. But again, very grateful that you had this conversation around chronic disease and had this conversation around what screening can look like for different people outside of mammography. Thank you so
Yeah. Can I just say one more thing for anyone who has questions that we didn't get to today? If you want to go to realhealthmd.com, there's a little chat box in the bottom right corner on my website. That's my clone. You can talk to her. She's very smart.
awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Simmons. And
Thank you.
we're going to pass the proverbial mic to you so that you can introduce our next speaker. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. All right. Do we have Sarah here? There she is.
Hi there.
Hi, Sarah. Welcome. Sarah Philippe is a retired nurse. Did I pronounce your last name right?
Close.
Okay. You can pronounce it properly when you come on. Retired nurse, board certified holistic health practitioner, and functional diagnostic nutrition practitioner who has spent the last 8 years dedicated to understanding the hidden health impacts of breast implants. As the founder of Reversing Breast Implant Illness, Sarah became a leading voice in raising awareness about the connection between implants, chronic illness, and women's long-term health. She has guided countless women in preparing for and recovering from explant surgery, helping them address root causes, detoxify gently, and rebuild vitality. So welcome. We're so excited to have you here and to hear what you have to say. And without further ado, I will pass it on to you.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. So I have, there we go. Some slides for you all. And it's such a pleasure to be here today and to be sharing with everyone who's watching. And so what I want you to know is that my mission today, this is slide 2, is to bring, slide 3, sorry, is to bring both compassion and clarity to a conversation that is often overlooked in breast cancer care. How many of you, I want to know, are here at the summit because you or someone you know or love has had breast cancer? And how many of you have had reconstruction with breast implants? Right, most people do choose that route when they're having mastectomy. And so many of you may be wondering, how common is breast implant illness really? And I'm here to tell you that it's actually more common than you might think. 2.2 million breast implants are placed worldwide every year. And the best estimation that we have, and this is on the low end because reporting just really is not great, is that about 1/3 of these women have breast implant illness. And they probably don't even realize it due to being written off as some other kind of inflammatory process going on. And you'll see why soon enough as I kind of go through what I want to share with you today. And I would say any client that I've worked with who has a history of breast cancer has reported to me a lack of informed decision-making in learning about their options when it comes to reconstruction, and specifically a lack of informed decision-making about breast implants. So I'm wondering if anyone's had that experience, because it's really frustrating and it's really, really disheartening. So next slide. What is breast implant illness? That's the million-dollar question. And it's a term used to describe a cluster of systemic symptoms that some women experience after receiving breast implants, whether for cosmetic augmentation or post-mastectomy reconstruction. And these symptoms are not caused by one single factor. I think that's important to know. It often reflects the body's immune, inflammatory, detoxification, and hormonal responses to the presence of implants as a foreign object, right? They don't belong there and the body knows that. Breast implant illness is not formally recognized as a medical condition, but there is growing clinical evidence and patient-reported outcomes showing clear patterns of illness linked to breast implants. Breast implant illness is truly a diagnosis of exclusion. There's no test that you can take to determine if you have breast implant illness, right? So it's not based on, a set of symptoms either. There, you'll see when I show you the list of symptoms, and this is not even an exclusive list. It is, or an exhaustive list. It is a very, very long list of potential symptoms, making it very, very difficult to determine what's going on. So next slide. And this is just maybe potentially a third of the list of possible symptoms someone might experience with breast implant illness. So things like fatigue and brain fog, memory loss, difficulty concentrating, joint and muscle pain, hair loss, dry eyes, recurring infections, GI issues, food sensitivities, rashes, anxiety, depression, hormone imbalances, insomnia, heart palpitations. So the list goes on and on and on. So you can see why it can be so difficult to figure out what's going on, because a lot of these symptoms, if you've had, radiation, chemotherapy, it might be, blamed on something like that, or blamed on hormone blocking medication, or blamed on the cancer itself, right? If we're going through a breast cancer journey. So it can be really tricky. Okay, next slide. So I'd like to kind of share with you what might be going on here, some underlying mechanisms. So first of all, we have immune system activation. Implants can trigger chronic immune responses, autoimmunity, and inflammatory signaling in the body. So we have this foreign body, right, the implants, and the body creates scar tissue around them because it knows they don't belong there, and that's the capsule. That capsule is not perfect. When it's examined under a microscope, it actually looks more lace-like. So there's holes in it, right? It's not a perfectly formed structure that is closed. And the capsule actually stimulates the immune system as well. And then we have toxic exposures. So we have silicone, heavy metals, and other chemicals. And I'll talk a little bit more about that momentarily. That may bleed into the body from the implants, adding to the toxic load. And then in addition to that, you have body temperature warming up those implants, which increases the speed of that kind of leaching chemicals into the lymphatic system, which is the highway, right, of transportation of toxins and nutrients and hormones and immune cells and all of that. So these things make their way throughout the body. And then we have microbial colonization, and there's so many possibilities of how and why this can happen. Biofilms from bacteria, molds, fungi can form around the implants, fueling this immune dysfunction. And that is an immune system trigger all by itself, the biofilm. And this is a protective, slimy layer produced by bacteria that shields them from immune responses and antibiotics, allowing low-grade infections and chronic inflammation to persist. And biofilm is strongly associated with capsular contraction or contracture. And it's the biofilm around the implant that triggers the immune system to produce a chronic inflammatory response. And over time, this leads to fibrosis and tightening of the capsule, which is what we call contracture. Textured implants increase the risk of contracture because there's a greater surface area for bacterial adherence. When they're placed below the glandular tissue, so not submuscular, but subglandular, that also increases the risk because breast ducts are not sterile, right? So there's native bacteria there that can colonize. And there can be surgical contamination during implantation, right? And there's also a potential for fluid pockets called hematomas or seromas that can develop postoperatively, which supports bacterial growth. And implant rupture or leaking can increase this risk as well. And antibiotics and antifungals can't penetrate the capsule. There's no blood supply to the capsule. So at this point, explant and capsulectomy is often required. So then we have genetic susceptibility, right? And we'll talk slightly more about this momentarily, but women with certain detox, immune, and inflammatory genetics are more vulnerable to all of these things that I mentioned. Okay, so in short, breast implant illness is a whole body response to implants affecting women differently, just depending on their genetics, their environment, and their resilience. Okay, next slide. So this is a list of known toxins found in silicone breast implants. Big, long list, right? We have neurotoxins, we have carcinogens, and implants especially silicone implants, are commonly referred to as a chemical soup. It may be small amounts of each one of these chemicals, but it's a cumulative effect, and it all adds up in addition to all the other areas that we have toxic exposures in our world and our lifestyles. So next slide. So I've talked quite a bit about so far how silicone breast implants specifically affect people, saline are really not safer, right? That's the question I hear a lot is, well, what about saline? Am I safer if I have saline implants? And so I want to talk a little bit about the similarities and the differences. Both of them expose you to silicone because the saline implants also have a silicone shell. Both will trigger an immune response and inflammation because they are not inert, right? They don't belong in the body. And there is a risk for capsular contracture and biofilm formation in both types of implants. Both are at risk for rupture, and contrary to what plastic surgeons would have you believe, silicone implants are not as cohesive as you might think. Silicone rupture may actually just be silent in that you aren't aware of it because they maintain their shape, and saline do not. Both pose a risk for implant-associated cancers such as ALCL and SCC, which I'll talk about momentarily. Saline implants have a higher risk of mold and bacterial contaminations inside the implant. Silicone has a risk of gel bleed. Saline implants have a risk of valve leakage issues. And then silicone implants pose a risk for systemic toxicity. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, perfect. So this is a really interesting kind of gives you some perspective here, right? So these are real implants taken out of real women. And on the left, you have the cohesive gel silicone implants. And on the right, you have some saline implants. So on the left, does that look very cohesive to you? Clearly not. The saline on the right are contaminated with mold growth. And so this is a really unfortunate situation because you can remediate a home, you can move, right? You can do the things to get out of a mold exposure, but when it's in your body 24/7, the only way to escape it is to remove the source. All right, next slide. All right, so genetics do matter, as with anything. We have detox genes, so this tells me, can you clear implant-related toxins very well? We have immune genes that may increase your risk for autoimmune reactivity to breast implants. We have methylation pathways, and this will tell you how well you regulate hormones and repair DNA. We have mitochondrial genes. So do you have mitochondrial resilience to this constant immune and toxic stress from implants? And then we have inflammation and stress response genes that will tell me about your resilience versus this chronic immune activation overall. And this is why two women with implants can have very different outcomes, right? There may be differences in genetic expression or genetic alleles, and then differences in exposures and what people have had to deal with in their lifetime. Next slide. All right, so I can't talk about all of these today because they are just for the sake of time, but these are the types of genes that I look at within each category that I just mentioned to assess how vulnerable someone might be to having problems with breast implants. Now, the DNA company does tests for most of these genes, so it's really, really helpful for me to use their test to kind of assess, look at the whole picture and why you might be struggling with these things. And then also, it's a really helpful way to optimize what your body needs specifically related to your genetics. Next slide. So let's talk a bit about the problem with breast implants in cancer. So breast implants are not inert, as I said. We know they trigger chronic inflammation and a chronic immune activation, potentially leading to autoimmunity. And in the setting of cancer, we're already dealing with a lot of inflammation. And we have an immune system problem, right? The immune system is not keeping aberrant cell growth in check, right? And this doesn't mean that the immune system is the underlying cause or that inflammation is the cause. It's the terrain. It's the internal terrain of the body, and plus genetic vulnerabilities, plus lifestyle, environmental things. It's never about one thing, right? So I think it's really important to emphasize that. And it's all of these things are going to put us at risk, right? But if the immune system can't keep up, does it make sense to place a foreign object that's also toxic and may result in infections and biofilm formation into that person's body? Personally, I don't think so. We don't want to add detox and immune stress to a body that's already dealing with a lot of these stressors. And then in addition, going through mastectomy and having reconstruction with implants really adds a burden to, the healing system. Okay, next slide. So I want to share a little bit about breast implant associated cancers today. And it's really, these are rare, but they're important to know about. And so the most common is breast implant associated ALCL or BIA ALCL. And this is a lymphoma in the capsule. This is not breast cancer, but it is something that can occur from having breast implants. And almost all cases are linked to textured implants, especially the Allergan BioCell, which are now off the market. Average onset is 8 to 10 years after implants are placed. Commonly reported symptoms are swelling or fluid buildup around the implant, which is a seroma, sudden breast asymmetry, pain, lumps, firmness, or rashes. And then SCC is squamous cell carcinoma, and this is specifically related to breast implants. And it's an extremely rare cancer, but a really aggressive epithelial or skin-related malignancy that arises from cell changes in the capsule surrounding the breast implant. So again, not a breast cancer. And it's most commonly associated with smooth implants, but has been reported in both smooth and textured implants. And unlike ALCL, there's no clear restriction to textured surfaces. And it has been reported with both saline and silicone implants. And it's important to be aware that these cancers can happen post-explant as well, especially with retained capsule, which is why it's so incredibly important to choose the right surgeon to have them removed. And I'll talk about that shortly. So next slide. All right, so how are these things diagnosed and treated? So diagnosis is usually through ultrasound, fluid aspiration, and a biopsy with a CD30 test. Treatment is for breast implant associated ALCL is explant plus total capsulectomy, which that surgery is usually curative if it's caught early. The prognosis of ALCL is greater than 90% survival when diagnosed early. And then rare but reported, of course, is the SCC. This is a very poor prognosis. For SCC, chemo and radiation are required for most. Time is of the essence with that one. And the bottom line here is awareness and early evaluation is crucial and saves lives. Next slide. Okay, so proper explant technique. It's important to choose the right surgeon, right? You don't want to just go to anyone because not everyone has enough experience with these types of surgeries. Sure, anyone can remove implants, but can they do it in the way that we need them to optimize your health and well-being in the long run? So you want a board-certified plastic surgeon with specific explant experience. You want, and I know en bloc is a term as a cancer term. However, we do use it in the BII world as well to describe the type of surgery we want. Okay, so en bloc capsulectomy whenever safely possible. This means that the implant and the surrounding scar tissue, which is the capsule, are removed together as one piece without cutting the scar tissue, without cutting the capsule open. And this prevents leakage of silicone, biofilm, and other toxins into the body. And then we also want a total capsulectomy, especially, well, either way, whether en bloc is possible or not. We want to make sure the surgeon is going back in and removing every single tiny little speck of capsule, even if it's piecemeal. We don't want any of that left behind. Cauterizing it is not sufficient. It will still remain immunogenic, meaning it will stimulate the immune system, and it continues to put you at risk for these breast implant associated cancers. The capsule is a risk factor if it's retained. And then pathology submission of the capsule and fluid is important to rule out BIA, ALCL, infection, or other malignancies. Drains are typically placed, it's typically recommended, and that's to reduce fluid buildup or seroma development. And then you will have reconstruction options, right? So flat closure is an option. There are others, of course, and that should be discussed ahead of time. Next slide. Here are some red flags to avoid with surgeons and, just doing your research. One of them that's not on there is someone who's dismissing your symptoms and your concern for your health. right? This is a common theme in the women that I talk with, and it's really, really disheartening. And then partial capsule removal, that is not acceptable, as I mentioned before. Leaving any capsule fragments behind, deflating saline implants before removal, also not recommended, and dismissing pathology requests. So those are kind of the big red flags that I tell people to watch out for. Next slide. All right, so what about healing after you have implants removed? So I think it's important to have DNA testing done. I think that's a really important starting place to really optimize your body, right? And then I really tend to focus on drainage and detoxification pathways for very foundational, gentle support, because that makes all of the rest of the work effective, right? So lifestyle factors are part of that foundational work as well, reducing physical and chemical stressors on the body, and then working towards restoring the immune system and how it's functioning, balancing it, and by addressing any chronic infections. And then nervous system regulation. You know, so many people are stuck in this fight, flight, freeze, or fawn state, and they can't heal. And that's a result of all of the stress and trauma of the cancer journey or illness journey or other things in life that you've experienced, right? We need to be in that healing state, the more sympathetic state, in order to heal. And then faith and mindset, I really believe, are an important part of recovery and healing as well. I think it's important to have a mind, body, spirit approach to recovery. And I think a supportive community is so crucial. People who can encourage you, can support you along the way. All right, next slide. All right, this is just a study I want to touch on real quick, briefly. It was a systemic review and a meta-analysis of a bunch of studies pulled together. The findings were that symptoms for BII started within about 6.5 years. Explant occurred at about 12 years. The most common symptoms reported were fatigue, joint pain, and muscle pain. Improvement after explant was 81.9% reported improvement. Immune and microbial signals that were discovered in the findings were ANA positive. 24% of people were ANA positive. 20% were diagnosed with an autoimmune condition. 12% of people had fibromyalgia. 58% had capsule inflammation. And 35% had microbial contamination of biofilm. Next slide. And so the author concluded that breast implant illness is best understood as a multifactorial clinical entity with contributions from immune dysregulation, chronic inflammation, and microbial biofilms. And there is also a psychological piece to this that can impact how symptoms are experienced and how decisions are being made about all of this. Explant surgery is associated with improvement in 4 out of 5 patients on average. However, how much improvement they experience really varies. And they're recommending an individualized assessment, routine screening for autoimmune and psychiatric issues, and when placing implants, having very strict surgical measures to reduce contamination and contracture. Next slide. So I want to share just real quick here a story of a client of mine. Her name is Sarah. She's probably on here with us today and gave me full permission to share her story. And this is really just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about when I say that chronic illness of any kind is multifactorial. So Sarah's mother had a very high toxic burden, and so that we know is passed in utero. So she was starting off in life at a disadvantage when it comes to her toxic load. She experienced lots of trauma growing up, as well as in adulthood, lots of toxic exposures as a chemical engineer. In the 1990s, she was diagnosed with Hashimoto's, and breast implants are contraindicated when there is any autoimmune condition. In 1999, she was diagnosed with breast cancer. She had a mastectomy. She had biocell textured saline implants placed. They were recalled. She immediately developed infections, pneumonia, fatigue, hair loss, streaks up her arms, wounds from surgery wouldn't heal after her implants were placed. And then in 2000 to 2013, she had mold exposure in schools and workplaces, major losses and grief, And then 2000 through 2018 had ongoing neurological symptoms, brain lesions, Lyme disease, and years of antibiotics. She had seizure-like episodes and was on heavy seizure medications for 15 years. She developed food sensitivities and rashes. And in 2019, she stopped her seizure meds. And with that came a major crash because those seizure meds were masking a lot of chronic pain that she had had all along. She also developed insomnia and neurological decline. Next slide. And so in 2019, she had an explant plus a deep flap reconstruction. And at this point, she was almost suicidal. In 2019, she also had an emotional fallout. She experienced a lot of postoperative PTSD due to gaslighting and bullying from her medical community. She continued to struggle with chronic pain and hair loss and fatigue. And then in 2022, developed a seroma requiring surgery that led to sepsis and could no longer work. And this is when we started working together. So her overall picture was layered external stressors, right? I talked through those, combined with internal stressors and genetic weakness, right? So chronic illness of any kind is multifactorial. It's cumulative burden plus genetic weaknesses that create this allostatic load, this chronic allostatic load on the body that shaped her health, her resilience, and her identity. But I will say, Sarah has strong faith and she's a very strong woman. She persevered. And just this week we were having a conversation and she said that she feels the better now than she's felt in decades. So she's come a long way and really pleased to report that to you all. Okay, next slide. All right, so the takeaways here are implants are a huge hidden stressor. They are not harmless. Both silicone and saline carry risks. Genetics plus environment explain vulnerability and help to guide recovery as well. True healing is holistic. It's physical, it's emotional, it's spiritual, and women deserve informed choice. Next slide. And so there is hope. I want to leave you with the hope. You are not broken. Your body was designed by God to heal. And years of complex environmental exposures and poor lifestyle choices are not solved through one surgery alone, through an explant surgery alone. Healing is about more than having your implants removed. We need to know your genetics. We need to ask the right questions. We need to make informed choices and clean up your environment and your internal terrain and seek holistic support along the way. I think that's it. All right.
Thank you so much, Sarah. That was so informative. And I'm guessing that that's information that very few people in our audience knew until you came on to tell them. I certainly learned a lot. We do have a few questions. The first one is not directly to you. It's Saskia is asking if we have done the giveaway yet, and we have not.
Oh.
That's going to be happening at the end. So I just wanted to quickly sneak that one in there before we get to your questions.
Sure.
So the first question we have is about expanders. So this
yeah.
person has opted for fat-only reconstruction of the breast, which is done slowly over several procedures. And the plastic surgeon, it suggested inserting an expander and deflating it as she does more surgeries, and eventually potentially removing it entirely. But she would have it for at least a year. And she's wondering if expanders are associated with similar health problems or if it's only the implants themselves that are a problem.
That's a really good question that I don't have a completely solid answer on. I don't recall what the expanders are made out of. And if they're temporary, that might be, I mean, it's better than permanent, right? I do know there is a surgeon, and forgive me, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he does fat grafting, and that's like most of his business. And I know that he recommends an external device that actually uses suction to stretch the tissue prior to doing fat grafting. So that might be an option to look into rather than having something foreign in your body. Anytime you have something foreign in your body, you are at risk for an immune response, an inflammatory response, right? Regardless of whether or not the actual material is toxic to you. So that's something to think about.
Perfect. Thank you. We actually have someone else commenting that their tissue expanders were actually recalled during a different recall. So that that's a helpful.
Yes, it is.
Your next question is, what test can be done to see if the implant capsule was completely removed? So she knows that the implant itself was, but what about the capsule? Is there a test for that?
So it's possible, and I wouldn't say this is a strong likelihood, but it's a possibility you might be able to see that on MRI. I just don't know, like if it's small little specks of capsule, I just don't know how likely that is to show up. I would say if you have somebody who is very, very skilled at detecting capsule on MRI, and I don't have a good resource for that, but that might be a possibility. One thing I want to leave you with, because there are so many women that have explant surgery, and either for financial reasons or a lack of knowledge prior to going in for explant surgery, they just don't have their capsule out, or possibly they're lied to, because I've seen that as well, where the doctor says, yes, I've removed the capsule, and then they go back for another surgery and there's capsule there. So the doctor's word, surgeon's word isn't always the truth, which is really unfortunate. But the point being that there are many people who have capsule left behind. Is that ideal? Absolutely not. Is it ideal to go in for exploratory surgery? Not so much. But if that's, what you feel is best for you, then that's a decision you have to make for yourself, right? And I think you make this in conjunction with probably a really well-known and reputable explant surgeon who can look at your entire case, evaluate what has been done, evaluate your symptoms, your lab work, things like that, and kind of help you make an informed decision about whether that would be a good choice. Rather than just going back to the doctor who placed them or, who removed them. I think it's important to have conversation with an explant specific surgeon about that.
Perfect. Thank you. We have someone else asking, are there any risks in just a breast lift in causing cancer or any kind of immune response? So if nothing is actually put in there.
No, there's no risk that I'm aware of. The only risk that I think of with a breast lift is, anytime you're cutting into the body, you're creating scar tissue. And scar tissue does have an impact on the flow of lymph, the flow of energy, the flow of your, just drainage overall. It's impacting your fascia, it's impacting your organs that are nearby, because that scar tissue wants to create stability and it wants to adhere to something to create that stability. So that, anytime you're having surgery, there will be scar tissue that impacts the flow of things.
Have you found that this is actually my own question, that there is, the informed consent piece feels so huge. Are you finding that there is just none, or is it like in the small print somewhere, instead of it being explained to someone in their doctor's office? Do you have any feedback on that, having worked with so many people?
Yeah. I have heard from so many women that they had no idea what the risks were. They were never told. I have so many women I've spoken with who did not know that they shouldn't have implants if they have a history of autoimmunity. And I think that there are some, of course, who do share those risks, but for the majority, I just don't think it's a common practice. And there are some things in the fine print. I know when I had my implants placed, I do recall seeing something about autoimmunity being a contraindication for breast implants. And it was like a fine little print in all the documents that you're supposed to read over yourself before signing on the dotted line, right? I have a vague recollection of seeing that, but no one ever went over it with me, so it was kind of, they're leaving it up to you to read the finer details and before signing your name on the line. So I think more common than not is they're not getting all the details. They're not getting, all the risks.
Yeah, that's a tricky position to be put in, to not really know what you're getting into. So
it is. And breast augmentation, regardless of the cause or the reason, is a huge money-making industry, right? And so it is, it's their bread and butter. Thinking about how many women get implants placed every day. And so I just, I don't like to think that there's, self-motivated reasons for not giving all these disclaimers, but man, it just makes me think about, all the lack of consent, informed consent for things like vaccination. I know that's not what we're talking about today, but, you have to think about following the money.
All right, we have time for one more question, which is if I have 1-year-old implants after reconstruction that seem fine, but I want them out, is it still necessary to get an en bloc surgery, or can I just ask the original surgeon to remove them?
So I always recommend en bloc because, sorry, were they saline, silicone?
It's not.
Did she say?
She didn't say. Let's see.
Okay, that's okay. I always recommend en bloc because you just don't know what you're exposing yourself to if they're
Silicone,
cutting
she
the
says.
capsule.
Excuse me.
Silicone. Okay. And with silicone, you don't know if there's a rupture until you get in there. And imaging can show false positives and false negatives when it comes to implant rupture. And there have been plenty of cases where women have had an MRI prior to explant surgery and there was no rupture detected, but they get in there and there is a gross rupture. And they don't know it until they cut the capsule open. And then you have all the spillage of all of the silicone all over the chest cavity, and it's a total disaster. So I always say, the best way to go is unblock to reduce any possible risk of more exposure.
Perfect. Thank you so much for all of your wonderful information. And
Absolutely.
with that, I'm going to call Dr. Kosterman up to introduce our next guest and to tell us about some codes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Sarah and Dr. Study. I agree. That was very novel content for this audience. And so I'm glad we again furthered that conversation. Audience, the goal here is to empower you so that you know more about yourself and so that you can ensure that you're taking your healthcare plan in your hands with your doctor. Knowing more about yourself is important. So to that end, we do have a discount code that you can access both the DNA 360 as well as the DNA Breast 360, which is something that Dr. Simmons talked about extensively in her conversation. This discount code is SheSummit, all one word, all capitals. We're going to be putting it into the chat so you can copy and paste it as opposed to typing it out yourself. And this will give you 10% off both the DNA 360, so those are all the genes that help you understand about you, as well as the DNA Breast 360, which is that inflammatory marker test. The code is good for a week, so you don't have to make a decision today, but you do need to make it before next Saturday, before Halloween. So I want to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Susan Broughton. So Susan is an intimacy expert to millions, a champion and an advocate for those who desire intimacy and passion their entire lives. She is the co-founder and CEO of two corporations, Personal Life Media, Inc., a publisher of heart-connecting lovemaking techniques and bedroom communication skills, and also the 20 LLC, which is a manufacturer of organic and botanical supplements that enhance sexual vitality. She's a best-selling author and publisher of 34 books and programs, including Sexual Soulmates and Relationship Magic. You can learn more about her now in her conversation with us, but also at susanbroughton.com and the 20 store. So audience, I left that as a little bit of foreplay and a little bit of a tease. What we need to be doing before then is I'm going to invite Tracy, or at least our voice of God, to the stage. And we are going to give away some prizes. Audience, we've talked a lot about this. We've talked about giving away 3 breast 360s, as well as, oh, voice of God has a face today. Hello.
She does. She's not working like she's supposed to, and she's dressed like she doesn't have a real job, but yeah, I'm here.
Both those things are false. You have a very real job, and I don't
Yes, I do.
do not work. So The
No, I
data.
don't think I know how to do that. So you guys have done a great job here today, Doc. A lot of really good information. We're getting great feedback, and we're getting a lot of people emailing and asking questions. And so this has been very informative.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's been a really, we agree that sometimes what is lacking in science and medicine conversations is the nuance, right? Doctors
Right.
have this habit of being like, you will do this, and that's not individualized, and then there's no opportunity to say, but what about this, right? And that becomes so important. And so that's what the forum is here today, right? More data, more information, better personalization of medicine for you.
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Simmons brought up a lot of good points, and I think that, we're so ingrained in the medical establishment as it is, right? So, we all wait till we hit 40, and then the mammogram comes, and it was every year back in the beginning, and then it went to 3, and now, you're lucky if you get it every 5 in the event that you choose mammography for your options. But one of the things that she said that I thought was important was, of course, the breast 360 test, right? The
Yeah.
breast 360 test, the reason that you and I vetted that
Mhm.
was to give people, one, an affordable option. I mean, not everybody can afford to go and work with someone like Dr. Simmons or people like that that are tens of thousands of dollars. And then others just can't get there. So our goal is, as you and I really did vet a lot of different tests and a lot of different options, was to bring on affordability, ubiquity, and reliability, right? That was our standard when we started that. So I think that she was right. The breast 360 is definitely a way to go, and we don't normally discount these tests. There's very limited margin in what we do here, because we are more clinically focused, we are more patient focused. And so I think somebody put a code in the chat for that. But another piece to that is you've got to have your DNA 360, because they do kind of go hand in hand. So I think that you guys have covered a ton of ground today, really done a great job. And I'm excited to hear what Susan has to say. I think she's running a few minutes late. So let's do the giveaway. I know that I originally said I was going to give away 3 of Dr. Simmons' books, but I've already given away 10, but sorry guys, that's all we have. So those are gone. We do have, for any of you that haven't gotten a signed copy of The DNA Way, which was the first book the company put out vis-a-vis Kashif, we do have some of those. So if you guys are interested in that, you can email me, CEO at the DNA company. And we can probably, I think we probably have about 10 of those left. So we're happy to send those out. And let's see what else. Oh yeah, people are asking about the deck or a replay. You can get that by going to the dnacomedia.com, and you can access that there. So we need to give away some tests, Dr. Kosterman.
We do. Yeah.
We
So
do.
again, we have 3 DNA breast 360s, which is going to give you incredible insight into the status of inflammation within the breast, right? A huge part of what Dr. Simmons was talking about was this idea that you don't just wake up with cancer. There has to be an environment
Right.
that nurtures it and grows it. And this is one of the markers that you can look into. And so again, when we talk about cancer as a chronic disease, something that you're continually mindful of and screening for and acting against, this is part of that. If you know you have some inflammation going on, that gives you data and information to act against. You now know this is something that I need to be addressing, right? It's the idea of empowered medicine. It's the idea of personalized medicine, stepping away from the general advice and acting more towards what's going on within your body, which science has done such a bomb diggity job of helping us with. Bomb diggity. Are you ready?
Yeah, absolutely. So all of you that are emailing me right now, unless you want me to mentally envision sending you a book, which is not going to happen, please include your address in the email request, and I will get that out to you next week.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that we've got one more video presentation, and that was one of our practitioners, and she's actually a metals expert, right? Heavy metals?
Yeah.
What's Lynn's background? Tell me.
Lynn has a really fun, eclectic background. So Lynn started off within the personal chef space. So she's a full-fledged master in the kitchen. And then based on her own health journey, she dug more into academics. She actually went back to school and did advanced kinesiology and is certified within South Africa to be doing that. So she approaches medicine beautifully in a holistic way, a very intimate understanding of the body, but additional to that, aware of the power of food in that healing journey, which is what brings her video to us. But through that advanced understanding of the body, through her furthering education, she has gone down the proverbial rabbit hole, some advanced learning in terms of heavy metals and how that can really disrupt a lot of physiology, a lot of signaling, and create that sick space, right? It's one of the factors that can lend to dis-ease through inflammation and through other items that can lend to breast cancer, amongst other diseases. So she dug into this idea of heavy metals. How does that disrupt the body? What does that look like? And heaven forbid, be you someone, that is genetically susceptible to accruing those heavy metals, or if you're someone that through diet, environment, and lifestyle has accrued those heavy metals. With that in mind, how do you go about getting rid of them, right? Because the aggressive treatments of chelation, etc., aren't always appropriate for all people. There's different approaches to that. So she's become really vital in that assessment of what's going on. And then how do you go about approaching that in a personalized way? Again, audience, if you hear nothing else today, the idea is more awareness of you helps you personalize, which is really what truly gets at root cause and how you go about healing.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, absolutely. I think that, we get a lot of people that ask for Lynn. She's done a lot of really transformative work with some of our patients. So she's definitely someone that would be a great topic for sure. So Susan Bratton's having some technical issues. So why don't we go ahead, Vanny, will you bring up Lynn's presentation for us? And let's go ahead and drop that in. Thank you, Dr. Kosterman. And when we come back, we will do the giveaway.
Hello, it's so lovely to be with you again. My name is Lynn Angel, and I'm also known as the Kitchen Angel, and I'm a clinician at the DNA Company. Today, I'm going to spend time with you, and we're going to focus on how to nourish your body going through chemotherapy. How to nourish your body with intention is the key thing here. And I'm now going to talk about how do you prepare for this journey. We're going to look at your kitchen. What can you do in your kitchen? How do you guide your family and your friends? How are you going to navigate your own mood changes? And honestly, you need to take it either, if it's one day at a time, it's one day at a time. If it's 1 hour at a time, you do it 1 hour at a time. If that means you can only have one sip of a smoothie or 2 sips of a smoothie on that day, that is what you do. So let's dive in and we'll talk about all the lovely things we're going to prepare today. Right, so one of the first things I want to mention is that there's no need for you to rush out and buy a cancer cookbook. There are tons of recipes that you can find on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and of course the support groups that your medical team will have advised you of. And the reason why support groups are important is you might not have a family, you might not have a partner. Don't do this on your own. Reach out. There are always people who are willing to help, whether you find them in the church or at your book club or in your support group. Reach out and let people help you through this. All right. So at the DNA Company, we don't promote specific diets because we know we're all individual. There is no one diet that is going to fit everybody. So we recommend a plant-forward diet. Eat a variety of things. You have 1 trillion microbes in your gut microbiome. You need to feed all of them. And the way you do that is by eating different foods. So healthy fats is what you need, complex carbs, and a simple way to remember what to eat or what not to eat, because you can get overwhelmed if your previous life choices in food has been not so great. It's the standard American diet, for example, is if it's man-made, avoid it. Made by nature, eat it. We're going to be making a couple of smoothies and a couple of breakfast dishes. And the ingredients that I'm focusing on are all very specific to support mitochondrial health, to help your body to make energy for you, to combat the drain that the chemotherapy is going to put on your system. So we're going to be talking about pomegranate. So you can see I've got my little glass. I love drinking pomegranate juice. It is actually very good to help heal ulcers in the mouth and in the throat. Pawpaw, very good for digestive aid, and it has something called carpane, which is actually helping to, it's an anti-tumor compound. We're going to use figs. They detoxify basically in the lungs and in the stomach as well. Bananas are great, rich in potassium, great for constipation, because some of you will have constipation as a side effect of the treatment you have. Apple will stimulate the appetite, so when you're not feeling like you have an appetite, at least have an apple. And I'll show you how you can grate it and use it in dishes that will make it easy to consume. Prunes, tons of calcium in there for bone health. It's got vitamin K, it's got fiber, it's got antioxidants in it. We're going to use kiwis, cucumbers. I have here a mixture of seeds, because I know when your mouth is sore, you're not going to like to chew on hard things. So what I've got in here, I've called it Elsa. It's basically a mixture of linseeds, sunflower seeds, almonds, and pumpkin seeds. And they're going to give you lots of omega-3s, vitamin E, magnesium, zinc, iron. So you can see all of the cofactors that your cells need in order to heal, repair, and make new cells. So without any further ado, we go on to our mise en place, and I'll take you through the whole list of things that I'm going to show you how to make. On our breakfast menu today, we are going to go through a couple of dishes that will take you a few minutes to make, and also things that you can pre-prepare, so you can do them the night before. So we'll start off with a couple of smoothies. We're going to do a banana milkshake. We're going to do a berry smoothie. We're going to do a prune, apple, and cinnamon smoothie. Then I'm going to do a chia seed pudding, which is packed with protein. We're going to have a iced coffee. If you miss your coffee but your mouth is very sore, we can just do a quick version of iced coffee. And I'm going to show you how to do bircher muesli, which is basically a wet form of muesli. So it's not the dry that you add liquid to it, it's actually soaked oats as well. And lastly, I'm going to do stir-fried fruit, because fruit is always something we have for breakfast. And this, in a cold day, not really in the mood for eating fruit. So this is taking your fresh fruits and just very quickly warm them in the pan and have them with some plant yogurt. So I've run through this list, and you can already see it's a far cry from the bacon and fries and eggs and sausages that may not be the best for your body because of all the additional toxins that come along with them. So let's get on to our first smoothie. Our very first recipe is a banana milkshake. Little different though, it's not going to be made with cow's milk. It will be cashew nut milk. It can be almond nut milk. It can be macadamia nut milk. And I make my own, so it's really easy. I take about a quarter cup of, this one is cashew nut, so a quarter cup cashews. I soak it in a cup of water for a couple of hours, drain it off. Then I put it in my blender. I add 4 cups of filtered water. And I usually add about 1 date, just take the pip out, 1 date for a little bit of sweetness, and I blitz it up, and then you have, and this will last me 2 days, 2 to 3 days in my fridge. And I use this for my morning coffee. I have my cappuccino because it froths up nicely. So this is my replacement for milk, because guess what? I'm lactose intolerant. So what we're going to make for this one is a cup of the milk, the cashew nut milk, goes into our little blender. one banana, but I'm going to double up and tell you that I normally, when I cook any dish in the oven and I've taken the dish out and the oven is still warm and I have bananas in the house, I will take them, I will use a little bit of grapeseed or peanut oil and lightly oil them and put them in the oven for about 10 minutes. They will come out looking like this. So let me take this out of the way. Now they are roasted. So all we've done here is we've actually intensified the flavor of the banana. So if you really enjoy bananas, then I suggest you do this. So let's use one of these as our flavor. In it goes. Let's take that out of the way. Then, because we need to nourish our body, something that I've used for, certainly I think if you are 50 and over, is using creatine in your smoothies or in your dishes to assist with muscle health. There we go. And then remember I mentioned my LSAP, so I'm going to put a tablespoon, it will thicken up the milkshake as well. I'm going to put my linseeds and almonds and pumpkin seeds and sunflower seeds, a mixture in here to give me all of those vitamin E's, vitamin K, everything I mentioned. And now simply, oh, by the way, if you need this to be cold, then add a few ice cubes. I'm going to leave the ice cubes to put it in a glass and then pour my smoothie over at the end. And I'm going to be making a bit of noise now. That's it, quick and easy. My glass, and let's get some ice in there. If your mouth is very, very sore, then a tip would be to get yourself a bamboo straw and use a straw to drink it. So it doesn't touch the inside lining of your mouth, it will just go straight down your throat. So here we go. You can see it's lovely and thick and absolutely delicious. I did not add any additional sugar to this, but if you require, you can always add a little bit of honey or a little bit of maple syrup. So there you are, banana smoothie. This will keep in the fridge also for at least a day. You might just need to stir it up. So if you continue to sip on this throughout the day, you are going to nourish your body. So there is our banana smoothie. Now we're going to go on to our berry smoothie. Pretty much the same. We're going to use, let's use the big blender this time. I'm going to add all the berries. These are just frozen berries. You can use a mixture of fresh berries. I've used frozen berries because then I have them on hand always. And I literally put them in the pan, didn't add anything to them, on low heat, and I let them there for 10 minutes and they will end up thick like this. And now I add my milk again, about a cup. And because berries are slightly tart, I'm going to add a dash of maple syrup, which of course won't spike your glucose the way putting refined sugar in would do. There we go. And for this one, because it's a really powerful blender, I can actually add some ice straight into the blender to cool it down. There's the lid. You can add the LSA to this as well if you wish. Let's use a champagne glass for this. There we are. There is a berry smoothie full of goodness. And I actually forgot to tell you, the banana smoothie you can heat. If you prefer something warm, then simply heat the banana milkshake and it's delicious. And what do we do with the roasted bananas? I peel them, I cut them into chunks, and I freeze them. And whenever I get the craving for a bit of ice cream, I simply put these into my blender, the tiny little bit of water or nut milk if I wish to make it very, very creamy, and I blitz it up. It makes the smoothest ice cream that you can imagine. It's rich and it's creamy. And from there, that's your base recipe. You can then add additional flavors if you wish. But I always have a little container with frozen banana chunks in my freezer for whenever I feel like a little treat, I will have ice cream. All right, now I need to clean up this mess before we do the next dish. I'll see you in a minute. And now we are ready for another one of my favorites in winter time or autumn mornings, a warm stir-fried fruit salad. So you can use any seasonal fresh fruit that you want, but I have today some grapes, some blood oranges, pears, kiwi fruit because it's so packed with vitamin C, banana, pawpaw, apple, fresh granadella pulp, and I'm going to use some apple juice, some honey, and a good tablespoon of grated ginger. So for those of you who have a little issue with nausea, ginger is brilliant for that. And then another personal favorite of mine, some fresh cranberries. Oh, I'm already salivating just looking at all these wonderful ingredients. And that's one of the things I also want to encourage you to do, that even if you feel crap, get up and at least work with some of these ingredients, because just our digestion actually starts in your eyes. When you look at these things, these colors, your brain already has a memory bank of what it smells like, what it tastes like, and it releases already saliva in my mouth that's getting ready with the enzymes to digest all of the food before it even hits my stomach. So even if you don't feel great, even if you don't feel, ask a friend to come over. She can do all the topping, but you're there, you're a part of it. And you can at least get the visual stimulation to get all these natural juices going to have proper digestion. Okay, so I'm going to go over to the stove because I'm going to just do this in a stainless steel pan. Please do not use non-stick pans. They are highly toxic as soon as you heat them up because they will release some of those toxic vapors. So the good sturdy stainless steel pan is all you need, and no oil, no batter. I'm going to show you when we get there how we finish this dish. Let's go. So I am heating the pan. When you are in the market for a new pan, buy a stainless steel pan, pick it up. Don't buy online. You want to be able to pick it up and feel that the weight is in the base. It should be pulling you down from the base, because the base is the part that does actually the work. That needs to heat up. So if you've got a very thin pan, you'll find after a while that happens with non-stick pans, is that they buckle and become uneven. So stainless steel pan, I think this one is nearly 40 years old. So buy once and you'll have it for life. All right, so to that, I'm going to add my apple juice, the ginger, and I'm going to just do half of the honey and leave some to add at the end. And this I'm just going to gently heat up. This is not about boiling anything. We just want to infuse the juice with the ginger and add a touch of sweetness from the honey. So you don't want to boil anything and then kill all the goodness in the honey. And that is also why I'm leaving half of the honey to add at the end. Next, put in the granadella pulp. The important thing to remember here is you're going to start with the fruits that are fairly firm first. So that would be my apples and maybe the oranges and the grapes. And at the end, I would add very quickly, before I serve it, I will add the pawpaw, the bananas, the kiwi fruits, and the pear, because they're quite soft and they will very quickly become mushy. And we don't want that. We want the fruit to retain its natural shape and taste. So again, we're not cooking this. We literally are just gently heating it so that it warms the tummy on a cold winter's day. So I will put in the apples next, followed by the oranges and the grapes. And this recipe is probably enough for at least 3 people. So you can adjust it. I'm putting cranberries in because they can absorb some of the juice and it adds a lovely color and texture. You should just gently feel the heat coming through. So you can see in this pan already, there's an absolute powerhouse of antioxidants and fiber. And this feeds all those microbes in your gut. Remember, what we eat doesn't nourish us per se. We have to feed these bugs in our gut, and then they will feed us. So we're very much dependent on them. And if you look after them, they will look after you. I'm not sure if you can see, but I'm seeing gentle steam just coming off the fruit. And that is my sign that I can start adding some of the softer fruits. This, by the way, is a wonderful Sunday brunch dish as well, to start your brunch with this. Pears and kiwis. We really are putting the whole market in our pan today. This is a dish that you do not step away from the stove while you're cooking this, because you do not want this to boil and all turn into a mush. I'm just going to give those a chance to accept a bit of heat, and then I'll add the bananas, and then we're just about done. The topping for this is going to be coconut yogurt, and I have added the zest of fresh limes and fresh lemons to it just to give it a little bit of a kick. And you could add other toppings like toasted coconut, toasted almonds. Gosh, if your mouth is really sore and the thought of chewing through all of this is too much, you can even take all of this, put it in the blender and blend it up and having this hot smoothie, hot fruit smoothie. And I know you might say, oh my God, that sounds terrible, but you know what? Try it. You always have to taste everything once before you say, I really don't like this. Okay, so you can see it's just starting to bubble. I'm adding the bananas and folding them through, and we will be ready to go. So again, just to repeat, the idea is not to cook the fruit. It is just to warm it through to bring out a different flavor and taste than if you have them cold. There we are. I'm ready to dish up. Oh, sorry, I nearly forgot. We can add the last of our honey. My honey is already starting to crystallize. There we are. Doesn't that look absolutely delicious? I'm ready to dish. That would be about one serving. So you can see there's at least another 2 or 3 people can enjoy this. And like I said, this is the yogurt, and I've put my lime and lemon zest, and I will just put that on top. And if you have it available and the time and the energy, give yourself a lovely fresh mint garnish. There we are. I hope you enjoy. I hope that some of these recipes are going to be useful and helpful to you in some of your more difficult days. And in conclusion, I'd like to come back to what I said about self-care is not selfish. And part of that is letting others know how to help you. So with that, I wish you all the best and know that I love you. And I look forward to seeing you on the next summit.
I'm always amazed at how much the practitioners we have here at DNA Co and the people we have as part of our environment are so passionate about supporting others, being there for them. Yeah, and Tracy, do you want to join me on stage?
Oh, why not? I'm just sitting here. I was watching a little TV. I was going to catch a little golf this afternoon, but I decided to dedicate my whole day to you, Doctor.
Well, of course. Center of the world, you.
Right. Yeah. No, I know how it works. I've already given away all 10 of the books for the DNA Way. But do people know that the DNA Way 2 is coming? I don't know if they know that.
They do now. I don't
think so. The DNA Way 2 is a follow-up to the first book. Mm-hmm. And in the DNA Way 2, what we did was we went to our practitioner team, people like Len, Dr. Varden, Dr. Kosterman, Dr. Steady, and we asked them to create a case study from some of their most challenging patient presentations. And so we spoke to the patients. We actually had the patients write their story and their journey. And then the practitioners wrote what their clinical observations were, what interventions and tools they used. And then Dr. Kosterman brings each chapter together by talking about the application as a whole, why different tests worked, what we did and why we did it. And I think it's going to be a great collaboration. You guys all did a fantastic job. So we're looking to have that out by the end of first quarter, which will be very exciting. Ashley, yes, you can have the DNA way too. Send me an email and I will send you one of the first printed little copied ones that I'm going to make Dr. Kosterman sign. So, we also have some tests that we want to give away. So I need Vanny in the background to turn on the ability for our participants to raise their hand. Raise your hand if you want a DNA 360, strike that, breast 360 test, and you are in the United States or Canada. Can you guys raise your hands?
Listen to all those hands being raised.
We got a lot of hands. I'm not giving away that many tests. I mean, it's cute that y'all think so, but no. So we've got 31 people with their hands up. And why can I not see? Oh, and here we go. Okay. So I'm just going to pick out, you know what, Dr. Kosterman, you have done such a great job today. I'm going to let you pick out the first one. So go in there and pull a name.
Oh, Lord, oh, there we go. Look at me, audience. We all know I don't do technology, but I just figured out technology. I'm very happy about this.
That's so awesome.
Yeah. So the first person that I'm going to pick is going to be RTD, ARTIED.
Okay, so you've heard your name. I want you to send me an email, ceo@thednacompany.com, and you will get one of the tests. Paige, I'm going to select you. So send me an email so that I can have a separate shipping package go out. And let's go with Lisa Hoffman.
Love it.
So that's our three. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to do two more. I mean, I am the CEO, right?
I love
I'm
it.
allowed to do these things, right?
No,
So yeah, let's do two more. Where's Dr. Steady? Dr. Steady, hop on here. You get to pick somebody.
Okay. I've
All
never
right,
done this
Dr.
before.
Steady. So go through that list and just grab a name.
Okay.
Click on participants. You'll see the hands there.
Oh, go to, okay. Oh, over here. Okay, I've got it. Attendees. Okay. All right. Mariana. I'm not even going to attempt the last name, I'm afraid.
All right, Mariana, send me an email, ceo@thednacompany.com. And so I have one more, right? But that's only if I stop at 5.
That is if you stop at 5, but you
That
also
is if I stop at 5. But I have some stuff from C60.
I do.
So I'm gonna have everybody keep their hands up because I'm gonna give away the 5th one. I think there's 5, right?
Just many as
Karen Ellering. Karen, send me an email. And I will send you the breast 360. So that's 5 of those. So the other thing we have, a good friend of mine happens to be the CEO at C60. And Dr. Kosterman, can you share with people what C60 is and what they do?
Yeah, so C60 is a company that asks the question of how do we get antioxidants that are stronger and better, right? The American way, in the best of ways, actually. And so they did research and they found this isotope of carbon that has exceptional antioxidant properties, but separate and apart from that, and this is really important for people who know how they go about getting their supplements, we need to know that the antioxidant that we're getting has been supported in a way that when it comes into our body, it's still an antioxidant, that it being on the shelf or being somewhere has been eroded. And so they encapsulate the carbon here, the C60, with various oils or fats to keep it protected so that when you do take it, either dermally on top of the skins, as this prize package will allow, or orally through oils that they have, that you're actually getting the benefit there. That tends to be something that is important to look at in C60 and other companies, right? But they're promising is that coming in a way that your body can actually receive the benefit, or because it's been sitting on the shelf for far too long, is that benefit eroded? So 660 has figured that out, and that's it.
So Jess, over at C60 has created some face cream and anti-aging stuff. And so I called her this morning and told her we were having this today. And she said, well, just give away 3 packets. So for those of you who have your hands up, if you've already won something, put your hands down. If you have not, and you want some of the skincare. Now, Dr. Koshman, you use this product, don't you?
I do.
And you're 63. You look amazing.
It's so true. I'm actually 64 now. I had a birthday.
64. Happy birthday.
Thank you. No, I do use. So I use it and I really love it. I'm very, some people would call me anal. I would say particular around what I put in and on my body. Tracy's holding back commentary there. No, I'm very, very careful about what I put in my body. I practice what I preach. And so 60 has passed my proverbial sniff test. I absolutely love the facial oil. I put it on almost every night, including their eye cream. In number 1, interestingly, it smells amazing. So independent of all the other properties, I really enjoy things that smell nice, and it smells delightful. But I do, with my skin that feels a little bit more lush and lovely, which is important as you get older. Vanity is my favorite sin, and I have no qualm about admitting that.
You know what? I'm with you on that. I think that I think we all should look like $1 million and live forever. So for those of you that want the skincare, I'm going to have Loretta Alexander send me an email. Let's go with Cassandra. You don't have a last name on there, but I'll send it to you anyway. And let's see. Teresa Landry. So all of you send me an email, CEO @ I'll make sure that these go out. They'll come directly from C60. So I will take your email, forward it over to C60, and they will get those shipped to you. And I just heard from Susan Bratton. So Susan forgot that we do everything in this company under EST. And she thought that she still had a little bit of time. So Susan's actually going to join us here in a couple of minutes. So what else can I give away? Can I give away more shit? I can do that, right?
The perk of wearing your crown. You can do whatever you want.
That's true. That is pretty true. And yeah, and Ashley, I'm excited that Susan's going to be here. She's got a great presentation, a lot of great information. Susan is a lovely human being and has a huge following. And rightly so. Her content is really top notch. So we're going to be excited when she gets here. I'm going to give away another 5 breast 360 tests. So if I called your name and you're one of the first 5, you got to get that email into me. And so far, I've only got one of you. Okay, so Cassandra, I need your address. Anyone that I have called your name, you've got to send me your address, please. And these will go out on Monday. One of the things that I get to do in my job, which is a lot of fun for me, is I get to pick your clinicians. I get to figure out who's on the team, who gets to join the house team. And I think that we have the best of the best when it comes to clinical practitioners within our group. Hold on. I tried the email, says it doesn't recognize it. It's CEO at thednacompany.com. Already try that.
Danny will
and picking the clinicians is an important part of what I do. Because when you guys all come in and you have a test done and you've got some results and maybe you don't necessarily understand them all, you know, a lot of companies, they'll send you an AI generated report and basically good luck, right? And we're not those people. We're not those people that are going to say, oh, well, these AI insights are going to give you this information and then you guys, you know, just go and do your own thing. We want you to have an action plan. We want you to work with one of our practitioners. So I'm actually going to give away an hour with Dr. Varden, Dr. Kosterman, and Dr. Steady.
There we go.
I like that. So we're going to do 5 more tests. Here we go. And then there's going to be 3 hours that we give away, clinical hours. Marina sent the email. Okay, perfect. Good. And guys, it's really hard to read all of this because I'm really old and I can't see that well. How about Christian Bridges? Christian, send me an email. Vanny, make sure the email is in the chat, please. And let's get you a DNA 360. Dr. Koshman, do you want to pick another one?
Yes. Joy W. So Joy, if you want to shoot us an email, it's coming your way.
All right, let's see. I'm going to go to the bottom of the list because I don't think we're giving the bottom of the list any love. Carrie Barnes. Carrie, send me an email. Okay, so I have 3 more, right? We have 3 more, Chris?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
we do. Yeah, we do. What about Cindy Schaefer? I think Cindy needs one.
I think so too.
Yeah. And what about Jill? Last name starts with a D. Jill? Okay, so I still have 1 more test to give away, right?
Mhm.
I feel like one of those game show people, right? Where I'm like Oprah, you get a car, and but y'all aren't getting a car. Just throwing that out there. But it's still fun, right?
Let me drive your car and we'll be fine. It's fine.
You are never driving my car, young lady. You are not old enough to drive my car.
You just told me before. I'm totally
Yeah,
old
you
enough to
wish.
drive
You
your car.
wish. Okay, so the last one is going to be Eva J. Here, Eva, send me an email, please. And that's the last test. So we've given away 10 tests. At the very end, we're going to give away 3 clinical hours. Susan, by the way, is paying for all of this because she got her time zone screwed up. So Susan's writing the check for this whole thing. I'm telling you guys right now. So everybody say thank you to the nice lady because she's gonna pony for all of you guys' shit. Susan, how are you?
Tracy, I'm fantastic. Yeah, sorry about the time zone thing. I'm so glad that I looked at my phone and I'm here and ready to go when you have me. Just
You
let me
know
know how
what?
much time I have.
We love you and you can
I
take all the
know.
time you need. So, all right,
Aw.
we're gonna go ahead and turn it over to Susan. We'll see you after. Thanks, everybody.
Aw. All right, great. Well, hi, everyone. I'm Susan Bratton. I'm an intimacy expert, and for the last 2 decades, I've been helping lovers transform having sex into making love. My work is to create techniques for passionate lovemaking. And many women struggle with breast pleasure, often because they have body image issues with their breasts. They feel like there's something wrong with them. They hold themselves to some standard that they think is important. They feel concerned about them being saggy. And then when they get into a difficult situation around their breasts, whether that's fibroids or breast cancer, or they've had to have explantation, any of those kinds of things, it can really also drive an even deeper wedge between us and these beautiful things we carry around with us throughout our life. So I was really pleased when Tracy and team asked me to come on today to talk to you because I wanted to, first of all, tell you what I want to talk about now and share some stories because I've worked with so many women who have had disconnection and I've helped them find and reconnect to their body in new ways. So, the first thing that I want to tell you is that most women are disconnected from their breasts. If you feel like that's you and you're unusual and everyone else is out there having this incredible experience, most people are not. And so that's very normal. The second thing is that There's a three-pillar system of pleasure in our bodies, in our female bodies, and it's important to understand that the breasts are one of the three pillars of pleasure, which is pretty huge. I mean, to be one of the conduits of the most pleasure available to us, and to not use that because we don't get taught that. We have no sexual literacy in our country. We don't get taught much about breast pleasuring. It's never shown in the movies or pornography, which is unfortunately where a lot of people are getting their information. And so I think that it's important to realize that there's so much potential in our breasts and the pleasure they can provide, that and the healing that we need, the healing touch that we need to have a good experience. There's a lot of trust that is required, and often for us women, the only time we've been touched is in a very sexual way by a partner around our breasts, and we haven't had the four kinds of touch. So I'm going to tell you about that, because what I have found is, and I work with men as well as women, I work with people across the gender spectrum, and once you give a guy this understanding of the different types of touch, if you're in a partnership with a man, it makes it a lot easier for him to change his approach to the way that he touches us. So that, I think, will be something that'll be a real takeaway, that you're always training your partner. You're either training them implicitly or explicitly. And implicitly is through the reactions that you have and what you allow and the boundaries you establish and the things that you ask for. But explicitly is teaching him what you need. And unless someone teaches you what is possible, you can't teach your partner what you need. What's nice too is that everything that I teach you about touch and the four kinds of touch is going to apply directly to your own personal and solo experiences as well. So this is something for you and not just for partnered play. I also want to tell you about a breast pleasuring master plan, the approach to breast pleasuring that I have been teaching for, I don't know, 15 years probably. I developed this pretty early on because of my own struggles around my own body image issues with regard to my own breasts. And then I want to talk to you about the power of self-pleasure and give you some permission. A lot of what I do is I give people permission. And I want to really reinforce that the act of self-pleasure is a reclamation. The declaration is a reclamation for you. And I want you to reclaim this birthright that's really been, I think, oppressed by our more patriarchal view of sexuality. And thank God right now we are in a feminist pleasure revolution. And we are starting to understand the things that we have not been getting that we need. And I think breast pleasuring is one of them. And then I want to give you some tools to enhance your journey, some things that might be, very beneficial for you, given the state of what I think is where most people are with their pleasuring. I'm going to put on the chat so that I can see conversation that's happening. So that's great. Oh, and Patty, I'm so glad to hear that you wrote "This one is for me," because I read that briefly. Was it when it flashed by when I didn't have the chat up? And I thought someone said this one's not for me. And it broke my heart a little bit, but I plowed forward, and I'm glad I read it wrong, and I'm glad you're here, because it takes a little bit of courage to be in a conversation around our own pleasure, which is nuts. Like the fact that we even have any shame around hearing about aspects of our sexual and sensual and restorative pleasure is a bummer that it's happened to us, but it is what we fight against. And often when people hear me speak, the word that comes up for them is courage. They say, "Susan, you have so much courage to talk the way you talk about sexuality." And when you first started talking, I was like a little like, "Oh my God, she's saying like those words or whatever." And I'm not going to curse or say any crass words. I use a lot of anatomy and things like that. But we don't get to hear this kind of conversation. It's not normalized. And yet that's what I'm out here doing. And that's what I love about this team and this event with the DNA company. They are champions for us, and they are champions for our health and how pleasure informs and expands our health. One of the things that I talk a lot about is, and I go on stages around the world talking about this, and that is that extending our sex span, whether that's solo pleasuring or not, partnered, solo, whatever, when we extend our sex span, we extend not only our health span. For every 10 years longer you can go with intimacy and pleasure in your life, rather than being platonic and only affectionate, you gain an average of 2 years, not just of longevity, but of health span and happiness span. And so I think it's very important for us to realize that pleasure and intimacy are learned skills that are generally censored and repressed and not available a lot to us. Like, I'm shadow banned all the time on Instagram for saying the word vagina. It's ridiculous. And so it's really nice to have a frank conversation. And I know that you can, because I know that once you hear me talk about it, you'll be like, that was actually really good. I'm glad the DNA company had this important conversation as a part of Beyond the Mammogram. Let's talk about our breasts. And so I'm here for one of the pleasure sections. So the very first thing that I want to explain is this 3-pillar system. I've got my little notes down here because I custom created this for Tracy and Krista. So I wrote an article for their magazine, which is fantastic if you haven't gotten it. And I created this for you today through as pulling from my body of work throughout the years. And the very first thing I want to let you know is that there is a 3-pillar system of pleasure in the female body, and that is our mouth, lips, tongue, throat, neck, ears, etc. Like, there's a whole array of pleasure from our neck up. And it also includes everything from our clavicles down. That's our second system. Our second system is essentially our clavicles, shoulders, our chest and sternum, our breasts, and under and on the sides of our breasts. And of course, our nipples as well. And then the third system is our genital structures. And one of the words that I like to use, because our genitals are such an interesting system, they are, we have internal structures and external structures. So the internal structures are the vagina itself, but also the clitoral body, the urethral body, which people call a G-spot, but it's not a spot, it's a long tube of tissue, the perineal tissue structure, the rectum and anus, as well as the external structure, which is the mons venus, the top, the kind of fatty tissue on the top of our vulva, down the sides, the outer labia, the inner labia, the clitoral shaft and glans or tip, the clitoral hood, which is actually part of the inner labia, the vestibule, which is inside the inner labia, the urethral exit, which is where the urine and our female ejaculation exit our body, the introital sphincter, which is the round muscle to the vagina, the bottom of the labia coming together in the fourchette, and then the perineal area, the anus, and the rectum. And all of that, my favorite word for the entire urogenital system is yoni, Y-O-N-I. And the reason that I like it, it's cute. It's like my little yoni. And it is reverential. It's not just your vagina or your vulva. It's not medical. It's not anatomical. It's not just this one spot, because our entire genital structures are massively orgasmic. They just need activation, and it's the same with our breasts, and it's the same with our upper neck and our head. I don't know if you ever had a hickey in high school, but we have erectile tissue on the sides of our neck that feel really good to be kissed. Well, that's why we like our neck kissed and we like our cheeks kissed, not just our lips and our mouth and our tongue, because it's full of erectile tissue, just like our vulva and our breasts. So what's interesting is that everybody knows that the penis is erectile tissue and everybody's concerned about erectile dysfunction of the male member. But we have as much erectile tissue in our yoni as our male-bodied partners do in their penis. But nobody's talking about that. Nobody's worried about our erectile function, our pleasure, our engorgement, everything. And so I want you to begin to understand that you have this tissue and it's not just there, it's in all three pillars of our body. And why it's important is that as we age, we begin to atrophy. Like, you know how your grandma and your grandpa are tinier if they're still alive, and mine aren't, but my mom is now, and she's a very tiny little thing. I just had to buy her extra small jammies. And, we shrink. And that shrinkage is tissue volume loss, which includes the volume loss of this engorgement, this erectile tissue. And as we lose when we have tissue loss, then we don't have as much material to get full of blood, and blood flow is the thing for pleasure. And when we don't get that blood flow into the tissue, it doesn't expand. It's atrophied. It's small. But when we get the blood flow in, the tissue itself expands. And when it expands, it has more surface area. Whether it's your lips, how they plump up, or your breasts, how they become engorged, or your yoni, how it becomes engorged, when you bring blood flow to the area, you're not only getting the healing, all of the healing factors of your blood, you're also getting the oxygenation, the life-giving oxygenation of your blood, and you're expanding the tissue to get more surface area so that all these different kinds of cells that you have, whether they're pressure sensitive cells like mechanoreceptors or corpuscles or nerve endings. There are some nerve endings that like surface pressure and some that like deep pressure. And we have all these different cellular mechanisms and nerve systems that send signals to our brain, which is our biggest pleasure organ. The brain is what says, oh, that feels good, or oh, that's too hard, or don't do this, or I love more of that. And so it's very important to understand how the mechanisms of action work so you can leverage the mechanisms of action to healing, restorative pleasure, and then ultimately to orgasmic pleasure if you want to go that far, which I highly recommend because orgasms are really good for you. And your breasts are highly orgasmic. And what's so neat about it is that orgasms actually create a cascade of health benefits that actually restore and repair your whole body. So when you have any kind of illness, having orgasms really helps. It's sleep. It helps with sleep. It helps with pain. It releases endorphins. It releases oxygenation in your brain for higher cognitive function. It's a neurotransmitter cascade. It's a hormone cascade. It generates oxytocin, which is kind of your balancing hormone. It's a master hormone, certainly of bonding and pleasure, but also of calm and regenerating your nervous system and rebooting your nervous system and making you feel love and awe for being alive on this planet. I mean, oxytocin itself is just such a good chemical. So holding, being held, full body touch, and then the kind of touch, and let's move into that I think is really important because your breasts, they have a nurturing power, not just for breastfeeding our children, but they are nurturing us and our soul and our connection to self in a way that being touched almost anywhere else in our body does not have the same experience. So it's very important to know that. Number two is this idea of different kinds of touch. So this is something that you might actually want to write down. It's four kinds of touch, and I have found this to just be so helpful with partners because partners are used to sexual touch with us, as I said earlier. But the four kinds of touch are nurturing, healing, sensual, and sexual. And when you go from only getting sexual touch to beginning to get these other kinds of touch, nurturing yourself, giving yourself a neck rub or a foot rub or stretching, healing yourself, rubbing a scar, breaking down scar tissue, things like that. Sensual touch, just feeling good in your own body or having someone touch you, like tickle my arm. I want to just relax and have my grandmother loved to have her arm tickled. She taught me when I was just a tiny little tot, and I would sit on her lap and she'd be like, "Do you want to tickle arms?" And it was the sweetest thing I did with my grandmother was arm tickling, and I still to this day love it. And what's also interesting is that sometimes you want the kind of nurturing touch that is smooth and long and languorous. You want that soothing kind of nurturing touch. And sometimes you want more deep tissue touch. The French, of course, have a marvelous word for deep tissue touch, and it's called effleurage. Effleurage. That's how you, and I'm sure if there's someone French on this event, they're going to be like, okay, close enough. I do what I can do. But effleurage, what it really means is, have you ever gone for a massage and someone has rubbed you, but they've only kind of like rubbed your skin and you thought, well, that was a crappy massage. What's nice is when you get the tissue under the skin, your meat. You want your meat touched. And when we get to talking about your breasts, some of the techniques are going to be surface touch and others are going to be meat touches. And I'm open to a better way to say that. I'm always improving the language that I choose to explain things to people. So, sensual, sexual, nurturing, and healing. That's what we're moving into as we move forward with breast pleasuring, reclaiming your pleasure. So let's just say that we have had some wounding to our breasts. And I mean shame, embarrassment. Someone's made fun of us. Our breasts are two different sizes. We don't like the size. They're too big. They're too small. They're too low. They're too this. They're not enough that. My gosh, our breasts are all perfect, exactly how they are. There is no bad boobie. You can quote me on that. Our breasts are such a source of life, such a source of joy, such a source of, yes, deep tissue in lieu of meat for us vegans. Thank you. Thank you, Saskia. There's such an anchor for us. There's such a joy for our lovers to touch as well as ourselves. And so I remember that I was like 44 years old, maybe 45 years old. And I went to an event and they were doing a naked bike ride. I've had some fun times in my life. And my girlfriend was going on the bike ride and I was like, I'm not going to go. I would be too embarrassed. This would not be, like, I can't ride my bike with my boobs out. I can't let anybody see my breasts. And she said, you're going. She was one of those friends where it was like, oh, I am going. Apparently I'm going. And I was like, mortified. Didn't want to do it. And I rode in a bike ride with 2,500 women with their tops off. And I looked at all the boobies, 5,000 boobies. And I realized, oh my gosh, my boobs are pretty too. And everybody's boobies are so pretty. And I love them all. And I thought to myself, why? do we feel this way about our breasts? How few women just absolutely love and adore themselves and then will allow their partner to love and adore them. So many men I talk to say, my wife won't let me really even touch them. We have to make love in the dark. And my heart always breaks for those people who don't get this kind of nurturing and pleasuring. So one of my favorite things is to really talk about this breast pleasuring master plan. And I think it's a really helpful thing that you can do for yourself and you can teach your partner to do for you. So I'm going to zip my jacket up here, my sweater up so that I can rub my hands on myself and show you the spots and how to approach your breasts. So one of the things that I often teach partners is, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to explain this to you so you can tell your partner what to do, because you'll be able to do it yourself that way too. And I'm going to use the words that are good for explaining and training a partner to love your breasts. So the very first thing that I teach, and it's typically men, but of course, women partners are fantastic too. Everybody is fantastic. Love is love, and let's all hug. And that is that I teach people this thing called the bullseye touch technique, because for generally testosterone dominant Homo sapiens, the men in the world, they are very goal oriented and they're kind of single focused and they're trying to get the job done and do a good job. And in reality, that is not what we need for our breasts. What we need is, I tell them to imagine a bullseye, a circle, and there are these concentric rings and the bullseye is in the center. You want to start from the outside and work your way in. So you want to start with neck. First, you want to hold your partner. You want to hold them. You want to relax with them. It's not just a squeeze and let go. It's a deep, full body, lovely holding session where it gives you time to get out of your head and into your body, because you are an estrogen dominant Homo sapien and you are prey, not the predator, and you have a million things going on in your mind. Your mind is a massively multitasking system. You can do a million things at once, but the problem is it takes you a little longer to shift down into body gear and out of mind gear. And that's why the holding is very, very important, or at least relaxation with yourself, letting go, getting out of your head and beginning to feel into your body. And then the second thing is to start with this external perspective where your neck is being touched, your cheeks may be getting kissed, your eyelids may be getting kissed, your hair may be being smoothed, and then your neck and your clavicles. These clavicles are really sensitive and they love to be stroked. Your shoulder caps down to your biceps. This whole sensation of rubbing down and squeezing here. This feels so good and relaxing. It kind of gets the nerves out a little bit. And it's interesting. My spit just released. Just me squeezing myself made me relax a little bit. It made my spit run and I begin to let down. You can feel your breasts letting down when you begin to relax. You'll tune into that relaxation. And then up here, above on the top of your chest, this is a really nice area. And here in these pockets, right in front of your shoulders on your chest, they love to be palpated really nicely. And this tissue actually likes to be grabbed a little bit. This is like the top of your pec. And this tissue feels very good to just squeeze right here. Then you want to go from there to the sides. You want to really massage the sides here of your body and kind of get that cavity awakening. You want to stick your thumbs kind of in here towards your armpits and your shoulders and the tops of your breasts, whatever feels good to you. This feels really good to me right now, but I was just in the gym doing a bunch of weight training and kettlebells and things like that. So I like that pressure today. One of the important things to understand about your body is that even after menopause, you are a moon woman. You run with the moon every 28 days or so. And that means that every single day that you're touching yourself or being touched by a lover, you want something different. Today, that's what's feeling good to me. Tomorrow, it may be different. And then from here, the sides of your breasts are very nice to touch, just moving that fluid and moving that tissue. And then the bottom underneath, if you're smaller, there may not be as much material, but it feels very nice to have your breasts lifted and supported and rocked. Rocking settles your nervous system. This is why we rock babies. And you can rock your own breasts. And under the breasts here in the rib cage is very nice to be touched as well. You can begin to touch the nipples and awaken them. This is the thing that guys do typically is they're just going, they're trying to press the buttons on and get the ride going up the escalator, up the elevator. But that's not what feels good to us. We like to be worked from the outside in. And then breast pleasuring is really nice. And the tissue itself likes to be squeezed. It feels good when you squeeze it. And you can smush it. You can squeeze it. You can do it this way, and just guide yourself to what feels good to you. And then, of course, you have lovely nipple stimulation that can be really incredible. There is, I hope I have it here. There is a fantastic, yep, here it is. I'll show this to you now while I'm thinking of it so I don't forget. This is nipple vibration. And it's very good to put vibration. Remember when I was saying that there are certain kinds of tissue that got the hard stop at 120. There are certain kinds of tissue that really like vibration. Your nipples really like vibration, just like your clitoral, urethral, and perineal structures do. They've got those cells that like that vibration. And this is like a little necklace that you wear, and these go on your nipples, and you can vibrate your nipples and bring lost sensation back or expand the sensation that you have. So for women that think to themselves, and this is Gemini, it's at drivedesire.com. If you're like, where do I get that? Drivedesire.com. Anything that I talk about that's a physical good or a free gift or what have you will always be at drivedesire.com. When women say, I'm not very sensitive in my nipples, I say, not yet. Bring them online. Get the brain making the neural pathways to the pleasuring. And so, I didn't used to be orgasmic. I couldn't have nipple-gasms. I learned how. All orgasms are learned. There's over 20 kinds your body can have. And all it is we all have the same operating system. You might run different software programs, but our operating system works the way it works. And with you touching and stimulating the tissue and the nipples, it brings everything online and hooks your brain up so your brain can be like, oh, now that's starting to feel good. I see what Susan was talking about. So that's the bulk of the stimulation, is to just be really inclusive in the pleasuring. Because if you were like with all of the partners that I had until my husband and I learned these techniques, it was always just boom, that was it. I didn't get anything. I didn't even know I was orgasmic. I didn't even like my breasts. I went from that to where I am now, which is I love having my breasts pleasured so much that if I was making love and they were not being pleasured, it would be like this massive missing component. So I think that's important to talk about. And then we talked already a little bit about the fact that self-pleasure is very, very important. How do you know what you can tell your partner till you do it yourself? So this level of experimentation will really help you get get back or finally receive a level of bliss that you may have never achieved before you started thinking about this as a possibility in your life. And then the last thing that I want to do is I want to show you a couple of things I really like to use. So one thing is, I got it, hang on. It's right here. Yes, here it is. So one thing that I like is massage oil that is super clean. One of the problems with things like oils and lubricants is that if you go to CVS or Target or Walmart or what have you, and you buy a sexual lubricant as an example, it has to have chemicals in it to make it shelf stable because it's classified as a sexual lubricant. And mostly it's kind of like ultra processed food now, where we used to have all of these, fantastic whole food ingredients. And now anything that's left is just this packaged stuff with, chemical names that are 53 letters long. And so I'm going to show you two products that I love. This one is called Nude Pleasures, and it's an intimacy oil that is CBD and MCT oil. MCT oil is derivative of coconut, but not coconut because the proteins have been taken out. Coconut is a natural antibacterial, and it's really not a good oil to use for any kind of lovemaking. I mean, it's fine on your breasts, but I like this Nude Pleasures because they use essential oils for their fragrance and it's very light and it's wonderful. And the thing about CBD is that your endocannabinoid system, you have a lot of endocannabinoid receptors in your breasts and your genital tissue, a lot of them, a high propensity of your endocannabinoid receptors. And your endocannabinoid system is your pleasure healing pathway. And so pleasure heals you. And when you add CBD, what it does is these phytocannabinoids activate the healing of the touch that you're getting. The other product that I like is my Pleasure Protocol from Foria, and it's at pleasureprotocol.com. You can also find both of these things at drivedesire.com, and it comes with three things. It comes with these melts, which if you're having vaginal dryness, these are little cocoa butter CBD inserts that have a little extra jojoba oil in them. You insert one vaginally and it melts up inside there, because if you ever have tried to get sexual lubricant into your vagina, it's very difficult to kind of get it up in there. Pop an insert, it melts and coats the vagina and it swells the tissue a little bit. And cocoa butter has oleic acid in it, and oleic acid is one of the things that your good bacteria in your vaginal microbiome love to have for breakfast. So very nice for wonderful slide and glide and increased sensation and pleasure. The arousal oil can be put on the external part of your yoni and on your breasts. The arousal oil, you just put a thin coating across the entire breast tissue, all the way up to your sternum and your clavicle and everything. You want it all over your breasts and nipples. It's really nice. And then if you need more slide, you can add their sex oil anywhere, all over your body. It's simply CBD and MCT oil, as clean as it gets. So I really like these products. They currently also have a breast oil at Foria, but they are discontinuing it. I've stockpiled it. It has a couple of extra ingredients in it, and it smells like a little bit like a pine forest. And I love my nipples to be pleasured, and it feels so good on them. So if that's something that appeals to you, grab it while you can. You have to go to foria.com for that, Foria.com for the breast oil. So those are some of the things that I think are a very nice part of adding to the pleasure. Let me just wrap up because my time is pretty much come to an end. And I know there was one more thing I wanted to tell you about, and that is a blood flow supplement. So as we age, remember I keep talking about blood? blood flow this whole time. As we age, we lose vascularization. The reason grandma and grandpa are tiny is that the tissue atrophies, the blood flow contracts, and the capillaries contract, and then the nerves contract, and you begin to lose sensation. So just like I was saying, breaking down scar tissue really helps get the capillaries back in and then brings the nerve tissue back in. Like I've had two facelifts, and I'm 64 now. I had one when I was 52 and one when I was 62. And I was at the esthetician a couple months ago, and she's like, "Who did your facelift?" She says, everybody who comes into my office has a facelift, these days. And she's like, "It looks so good. You can't even see the scars." And it's because I break them down and get the capillaries back in there and get the blood flow back in so I can get the sensation back so it's not dead tissue. And what's great about this, and I'll give you a bottle of this. So for everybody on this call, if you go to getflowfree.com, you can have a free bottle. It's my gift to you today. And it's citrulline that supports your blood flow and gets all the blood into all these little parts, because as you age, your nitric oxide wanes. Your nitric oxide production wanes, and our soils are nitrogen depleted too. So even if you're eating a ton of leafy greens, your nitric oxide production is half what it was in your 20s by the time you're in your late 40s or early 50s. And so if you can't get the blood flow in, you can't get the healing, you can't get all these benefits. And so taking a nitric oxide supplement that's citrulline based, this is made from food derived, because I don't use fake ingredients, citrulline from watermelon, pine bark, pine tannins, bitter cherry. It gives you the vitamin C for integration, and spinach powder. And it's all organic, even though I don't have an organic certification because I'm a small batch manufacturer. And so organic certifications are too expensive for, would drive the cost of this up so much. And so, but it is all organic. I could tell you that too. So those are some of the things that are very important. I think that is really what I wanted to conclude with, is that your breasts are an enormous amount of healing and love and self-acceptance. And I hope that, the website for it, I see that. What is the website? Getflowfree.com. So you can get a free bottle as my gift today. I hope that I have opened your heart to your own pleasure. And I thank the DNA company and Tracy and Dr. Krista so much for having me. I adore them. And I'm so sorry about the time zone miscommunication, because I've been looking forward to this for weeks. So thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you so very much for joining us. Dr. Steady, please come on stage with me. Susan, we're so grateful that you were able, in such a playful and fun way, as well as demonstrations, I'm glad those happened, to kind of engage and have women who, have some moments around their breasts be able to re-engage with them and reclaim them. So thank you so very much. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
That nature, because this must have been a surprise to you as much as it was to us. Thank you again, Susan.
Thanks, Susan.
Thank you.
All right, audience, thank you for rolling with us. Thank you for these punches. And in honor of that, Dr. Steady and I, we have the pleasure of giving away some clinical time. So I wonder, Dr. Steady, I hope that you can be the person picking them. But audience, if you, again, and there's going to be different qualifiers for this, to be eligible for this clinical time, an hour, 3 prizes, an hour with Dr. Steady, an hour with Dr. Varden, and an hour with myself, you do need to have already had your DNA 360, and the results need to be in. So, I already hear some pops. if you want to toss up your hands, Dr. Steady is going to pick 3 names, and we'll arbitrarily pick the order. So Dr. Steady, this is for the hour for you. Do you want to pick a name in there?
Sure. Angelica B.
All right, Angelica B. If you want to email CEO@thednacompany.com, we're going to put that in the chat. Dr. Steady, would you like to pick the next name for Dr. Varden?
Sure. I'm going to go with Sheila Rosales.
I love it. Perfect. Thank you. And the last one for myself. Do you want to pick a name there?
I'm going to go with Lisa Huffman.
I love it. Perfect. All right, Lisa, it's on. Dr. Steady, this was good.
Yes, I mean, thinking back, it's just been so much wonderful information that we have been given today, with so many wonderful participants. Thank you all for your questions and your participation and your encouragement and the lovely feedback that you've given for our speakers today.
Yeah, yeah. And thank you, Dr. Steady, as well, for helping support some of the nuance of this conversation. I appreciate audience who has been here from the beginning. They're like, they've heard a lot of different opinions, a lot of the ways that data can be shored up. And I'm very grateful that audience, you were here for a conversation that allowed for nuance. And Dr. Steady, hey, thank you for facilitating some of that nuance within the conversation.
My pleasure. I mean, at the end of the day, individualized medicine is the direction that we all want to go in. And that means that having access to different kinds of information, different opinions, different studies that people are looking at is a really important thing.
Yeah, yeah. And I think, audience, again, if you've heard nothing else from this summit, it is the idea that the future of medicine, the future of breast care, going beyond the mammogram, is not saying don't screen. Instead, it's saying be very personalized. Know yourself. And so again, we have our discount code that will be active from today until next Saturday. And it is SheSummit, all one word, all capital letters. We're going to put it in the chat. And that will enable both 10% off of the DNA 360 as well as our DNA Breast 360. Both of these tests are offered to the end of understanding yourself, right, Dr. Steady?
That's right. Self-understanding, self-awareness, self-knowledge, whether it's in the way that Susan was describing or by getting your genes tested, it's all about knowledge and empowerment of self.
Yeah, yeah. Or knowing the inflammation status of breast so that, heaven forbid, if there is inflammation in the breast, it can be acted on as opposed to ignored and then unfortunately something that develops into more. Right? Yeah. So audience, thank you so very much for being here with us. We really appreciate it. Just a reminder that there is content as well on dnacomedia.com, and that will be available for another, I believe, 24 hours. We have many talks from Dr. Nielsen, who talks about breast inflammation, from Dr. Murray, who dives further into the genetics of estrogens and how that influences risk. We have content from Dr. Varden that looks at both food as well as integrative medicine as you go about. We have content from Dr. Leo Grady, who looks at breast cancer and the microbiome, both leading up to and then after cancer. We have all replays from our fitness, as well as an extended play from Lynn Angel, who did that wonderful cooking demonstration. So audience, please do not be a stranger to that MediaCo page, because there's more information for you there. We want this conversation to empower you. We want you to be tested so that you can further take health into your hands and advocacy into your hands. Yeah. Dr. Steady, any closing thoughts before Napita chases us out of here?
I don't think so. Thank you, Dr. Kosterman.
Doctors, thank you all very much. Thank you, our team in the background that does all of the heavy lifting. Everybody have a great rest of your weekend. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Au revoir, mes amis. Au revoir. We could dance out too. Maybe that's what Vanny's waiting for. We'll just dance out. Let's do it.